sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Big Pack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deiner Party gehen. Engel und Teufel tanzen schwanzig. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navu!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
G'day, welcome. We are back once again, aren't we, Pilski? It's that time of the year. IEM Chengdu 2024. That's what we're looking forward to at this point in time, the Oceania qualifier. And, of course, a lot of Counter-Strike happening over the past week, but it's not done yet. So, looking forward to getting stuck in.
100%. And look, you're so far away from me right now. It feels like a long time that we've casted together. So, you know, I'm looking forward to it on this lovely, bright, sunny afternoon, as you can see coming through my window.
Yeah, indeed. I don't know if you managed to catch up with some of the Asia RMR qualifiers over the past weekend. It kind of feels like we're really just running that back because it's, you know, kind of the same team, same situation, trying to qualify for an international tournament, a big international tournament. Now, granted, obviously the major's one thing, IEM Chengdu is going to be another, but when we talk about Asian CS, we talk about returning to Asia actually for the first time in a long time in IEM Chengdu, because I think the last one would have been IEM Shanghai, maybe back in 2018 or 2019 or something like that. It's been a long time since we got over to Asia, and not to mention the fact that the second major of the year is going to be in China as well. I think it's quite cool and quite nice actually as well for the Oceanic teams that they don't have to travel so far going to China. So lots of positives for me, IEM Chengdu wise, and so yeah, I'm quite keen, and I'm sure the players themselves are quite keen to sort of jump into the IEM Chengdu as well, if they make it, obviously.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, I think, like, you know, with COVID and everything that happened, you know, kind of slowed down a lot of events that were more further afield, so to speak. And I think particularly, you know, made things a bit more European based and shrunk things down and, you know, increased nationalization and all that kind of stuff. So I think now that we're seeing things open up a whole lot more and kind of getting past that era, I'm hoping that things can become a bit more global. And I think that events like this are a clear step in the right direction and a clear kind of step from the tournament organizers as well to kind of show us that we do want things to be a bit more global. We do want participation to improve in Asia. And I think that's going to be a really big motivating factor for Chinese teams, but as well kind of shrinking down the picture a little bit more here and looking towards the Oceanic teams. And the storylines that you mentioned, you know, I think this is an interesting one because obviously you have Greyhound with Dexter returning. I think Rooster kind of changed their trajectory from how strong that they were looking, and obviously another old face in Bad News Kangaroos as well. A lot to touch on.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, Mindfreak to round out the four, I guess, worth a mention, though realistically speaking, we won't probably expect them to be one of the super competitive teams to actually make it through from this qualifier. But given that we are sort of now talking about the teams, I guess it's prudent to mention that there are two matches going on at the same time. So there is a B stream. You can find that on ESL-CSB. Here on this stream, we're going to be watching Greyhound and Bad News Kangaroos. Over on the other stream, they will be watching the other match, which is Rooster and Mindfreak. Look, I guess, again, when we're talking about these teams, you do have to sort of take a look back at the most recent event that they played in, which was the RMR qualifiers. Greyhound will be the Oceanic representative going through to the Asia RMR. Bad News Kangaroos was there with them in the grand final, though didn't really put up much of a fight in that grand final. Rooster, and I think this is kind of what you were alluding to a little bit with what you were saying there, didn't really impress actually in the qualifier all that much. And then Mindfreak, you know, they were in there, they were contesting at a certain point, but, you know, it kind of has to again be reiterated that they're just not quite on the same level as the other three teams in this qualifier, and that was the same case in the Asia RMR as well.
Yeah, 100%. But I will say, you know, they have at least taken a step up. Domestically, they were looking like we were worried about them. At least I was worried about them. I wasn't even seeing them be competitive with the teams below the top three, but to very clearly, stamp their foot over there in the RMR quals, and then also be in the top four here in Chengdu quals is something for them to be proud of. And I'm hoping that the more exposure and the more reps that they can get in against these very, very strong teams, they can learn some hard lessons from that and just continue to improve. Rooster definitely looking to turn around their trajectory from the RMR quals that you mentioned, and just try to start off on the right foot against a Mind Freak that should be a little bit easier for them to warm their way in. I know that they were playing with a stand-in in some of those RMR games, so perhaps that's something that might have slowed down their momentum, or it's been a while since we played tournaments for some of these teams who might need to get their, themselves acclimatized again to just playing these officials. As for Greyhound, Bad News Kangaroos, though, it's a spicy one because there was that best of one upset that sent Greyhound into the lower bracket of the RMR. And obviously, Greyhound proving in the final of the RMR that was just a little bit of a slip up, a small snag, and very convincingly beating them 2-0 in the final.
Yeah, look, I mean, I guess we do sort of see that every now and then from the Greyhound guys. I don't necessarily blame them too much. It's still a fairly fresh roster with Dexter coming in. That was, I think, one of the first proper events that they were actually playing in as a Core 5. And granted, we probably still say, okay, they are the favorites. They should be winning these games. But things happen, right? It's a best of one. It's MR13 at the moment. The fact that they come back through that lower bracket without really too many issues at all, right? I think they 2-0'd every game in the lower bracket run, including the grand final. So, look, it's a little bit of a speed bump. It doesn't really worry me all that much. I still think we've got Greyhound on top. As far as I'm concerned for IEM Chengdu, it probably will be Greyhound to come out from the Oceania qualifier as well. Yep. But on the other side of the coin, obviously we've been talking a lot about Greyhound and their change. We do have to talk about the Bad News Kangaroo change as well. Hats 100%. Coming into that roster in replacement of Valiance. I don't know about you, Pilsky, but looking at that one and the way that team has kind of gone about things since Hats came in, it's looking like a pretty good change to me. I don't know what the circumstances are necessarily around Valiance moving out of the team, Hats coming in, but Hats looks like he's playing pretty well. The team looks like they're playing pretty well. They've got good results, obviously, in that RMR qualifier, beating Rooster quite handedly. They got the upset over Greyhound. They did manage to make it into the grand final, where they did lose to Greyhound. But look, they did seem like they were pretty revitalized, which is, in a way, almost surprising, right? Considering, they've gone from Vertex now to Bad News Kangaroos. They're orgless, basically. They're sort of out on their own. You'd have to have wonders about, okay, how are we going to be able to financially support ourselves, etc. But all that said and done, they're looking actually kind of okay at the moment. So that change, at the very least, for Bad News Kangaroos is looking like it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, I heard something along the lines that was going to be a change like a long time ago, and then I don't think it eventuated. I can't remember how many roster moves that was ago, because obviously this Vertex roster at one point had like Valiance and Vexite, and then they moved and brought Attic back into the roster. And so they've had a couple of missing pieces, but obviously I think losing Malta, losing one of the more experienced heads and one of the core players of, that Renegades core that was very successful. And obviously even going back to Chiefs, I think Hats is a great replacement to put some, obviously not role-wise necessarily or play-style-wise, but just to be able to bring a little bit more experience into the team. Although these players do have a fair bit of experience, even international experience, to some degree as well. What I think that Hats can bring to their roster is he's at least been like a proven winner, being in a team that's on top. And, you can play as many finals as you want. You can play as many, qualification matches as you want, but you need someone who, knows what it's like to win and can kind of bring that culture to the team. And I think that might be a little bit what Bad News Kangaroos or Vertex might be missing, because, you've seen their track record of results. Obviously, I think some of the players individually, their form for some of them is very strong. For some of them has been a little bit questionable for some time. So, I think past the firepower issue as well, being able to just bring that, that willingness to win, or that belief that they can win, is something that maybe Hats could bring to the team.
Yeah, hopefully. Well, we'll see how it goes. I guess one thing to touch on as well before we do jump into this game, which should be starting fairly shortly, is the fact that this is a best of three. So, no more shenanigans, maybe in a best of one upset sort of a situation. Greyhound picks Nuke, Bad News Kangaroos pick Mirage, and the remaining map is Inferno. Inferno is an interesting one, obviously, because that was the map that Bad News Kangaroos was able to get the upset on. 13-10, pretty close scoreline there, to be fair, but maybe a precedent that if they can make it through to that third map, that they could potentially get the upset here in the Chengdu 2024 qualifiers. The only other thing, of course, for people at home to know is that this is also a double elim. So it's going to be the same story, right? If Bad News Kangaroo do get the upset here today, Greyhound's going to go down to that lower bracket, and they'll be able to try and make that lower bracket run work for themselves once again. But I would be surprised if that happens today. I think you're going to be able to potentially catch them out in a best of one in one of the first sort of outings with the roster. But after now having played that RMR and quite frankly they played a lot of games. They played 3 best of 3s yesterday and obviously more throughout the previous couple of days as well. I think they've probably found their feet a little bit. Obviously it seems like that based on the result yesterday. So in a best of 3, I think it's going to be hard to upset Greyhound.
Oh, absolutely. What is interesting, though, you did mention the veto, and you can go back to as many best of 3 series as you want between the cores of these two teams. The veto always changes quite substantially, and I think in general, Bad News Kangaroos, they love to kind of flex around on different maps and try to get a different map order and do different preparations and things like that. Very difficult against Greyhound, who domestically at least has a really, really strong map pool, as does, Bad News Kangaroos, and even you could say the same for Rooster. So they're actually quite able to play a lot of different maps. And, looking at this veto, it changes up quite a lot. We had Vertigo, Anubis, Mirage last time. At this time, obviously, you get Nuke into Mirage into Inferno. And Inferno, like you said, was the best of one, where Bad News Kangaroos was at least able to upset in the RMR. So, you get a different pool of maps in different orders depending on how the series goes. And, it's going to be hard to put it past Greyhound to, let this one slip up. Inferno being the sider is probably not really going to be too relevant, considering it was a relatively close game. And how much can you take stock in that best of one where, as you mentioned, Dexter had only more recently kind of came into the roster. So, look, we'll see how the ordering of maps goes this time around and whether that can be something that potentially, Bad News Kangaroos can use to their advantage. Because at times, we've even seen it internationally. They can look really, really good on a certain map or a certain half if they get the right read, and they do have that really good leadership. So hopefully today's their day.
I mean, how do you feel about Dexter's individual form coming back to Australia as well? Are you surprised? Because it's one of those things that we've seen a few times now, right? Obviously, players have been exported overseas. They've had 2-3 years overseas, maybe be it in North America, be it in Europe, and then they come back and they don't seem like they really flourish when they come back into ANZ CS. But Dexter seems like a bit of an outlier there because he's actually top fragging, top starting for Greyhound at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's a comfort thing as well. Obviously, coming back into his old team, feeling confident, playing with a lot of people that he knows. There's not going to be that friction factor that you usually get coming from a different roster and going into a whole nother roster. It's all players that he knows, and obviously playing back in his home region where he's known for having that confident play style. I think that he can kind of more so play his own game, and so far he's kind of been dominating as he did back when he played in Oceania before. So I think it's going to be back to the same old story for Greyhound. They are looking like a real scary roster.
Yep. Well, just for those of you at home who are playing along, it looks like we'll be a few minutes before we get stuck into the game, waiting for a couple of players to get themselves into the server sorted and ready. So we're going to take a short break. Don't go too far away. We'll see you when the game's ready.
I want you to show, hold me down, never let me go, take me in. I want you to show love.
Alrighty, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time to jump into the IEM Chengdu 2024 Oceania Closed Qualifier. It is Elfish Guy and Pilski here with you on the A stream. B stream going on as well, ESL CSB, if you want to watch Rooster and Mindfreak. We're locked in for Bad News Kangaroos and Greyhound, who will be starting off on the T side of Nuke, playing a little patiently there in lobby and exploring outer.
Progression smoke to Annex side and flash over the top from Alistair. You can see Dexter just looking for that P250 pick up towards Heaven side. PZ spotting out Alistair, but out they go into upper here.
Yeah, indeed. Patch with the dualies. See if he can knock a couple of heads off. Already has done that against Alistair. And Hazza, always reliable up on the rafters as well. Able to chime in too. So, pretty respectable result for Bad News Kangaroos. However, they have allowed the bomb plant to go down. So, that is going to mean there will be some shenanigans coming in the next round.
It's a good start from Hats. 3K from him. And as we kind of mentioned before, like, I expected him to go into this Vertex roster ages ago, and I even heard some rumors that that might be something that's on the cards. And obviously he played in Encore and a couple of other rosters at certain points as well. So I'm really keen to see how he goes on this roster. Obviously the shining light of this roster in the last little bit has been Addict and Hazza, and how consistent they've been as core riflers over the last year or more, really. Definitely putting up a lot of consistent firepower here for the CT side. But Greyhound, on the other hand, as you mentioned, a round 2 force buy. Waiting out the initial wave of util here. Dexter still waiting around in spawn. Maybe to throw some set util, wall of smokes across the outside or something like that, just to deny information to the CT side. You see the quick rotation. Anticipating some kind of outside pressure here from Addict. Down through Secret with an A1S, but it looks like a bit of a ramp contact or a pop flash play straight through off the back of the wall of smoke across outside.
Grace loses a lot of his HP there, but at the very least is able to get out and get his util down, so he'll delay Greyhound somewhat.
This is a very uncomfortable position for the CT side. They've been denied information on outside. Ramp control's been taken by Greyhound, so it's up to the CTs to just play strong crossfires, punish the Ts when they do try to take more space elsewhere. Greyhound, on the other hand, waiting for any kind of a mistake from the CTs here. Starting to explore ladder base now.
Patience from Hats, but not quite patient enough, and Alistair buys his time a little better. So, player down already for Bad News Kangaroos, and this is where it kind of goes from bad to worse, potentially. With Brace being the only player down on B to defend, and he's 8 HP with an MP9 stuck in the back of sight. Doesn't really have too much proactivity in this kind of position, so should just go down for free like that to Vex side, and with that, it's kind of the round over.
Yeah, that's got to be a save from the CTs here. It's really simplistic play there from Greyhound. Wall of smoke across the outside, pop flash into ramp, and they just hold around the map waiting for the CTs who are super uncomfortable in that position. Dexter able to salvage himself an A4. What an upgrade from the Tech 9 here. This is a great start here from the T side, and you know, I feel like this discussion has not really been there lately as we're getting used to the MR12 format, but this is still, especially losing that rifle, one of the worst things that can happen to you on the second round of the CT side in MR12 format. You immediately lose against the forced post bomb plant for the Ts, and they are able to pick up multiple rifles from the CT side and win with the bomb planted. Already, Greyhound is in a really, really outstanding position on the T side to start to take control of this game. And Bad News Kangaroos, you can see double eco. Have probably got to cut some corners here, try to see if they can cause a little bit of an upset with the force in round 2. But if that doesn't work for them, they're in a really horrid position.
Yeah, indeed. And Nuke the map choice of Greyhound as well, so they'll know how they want to negotiate this one pretty comfortably, you'd think. Deagle's out for PZ, UMP, MP9 to finish off the buy around those saved weapons. Doesn't leave you a whole lot to play with, and a little bit of util available for Bad News Kangaroos. Gets tossed early in the round, the smoke and the molly toward the door, but now they're down to just a smoke and a molly, so really not a whole lot that they can use to delay Greyhound here either.
Same again, Dexter left on outside, wall of smoke to deny info, and then there's going to be this ramp play from Greyhound. Or no, they're starting to make their way back towards lobby, and Dexter's been found on outside. This is a much better defense compared to round 2 here from the CTs.
So far, so good. And Hats is able to get himself another one. So, up on top of Hut, he's going to have to be cleared out. Alistair didn't seem to get the memo. He'll be brought down as well. And finally, Inns finds the trade, but that ends up just being a little bit too clean from Bad News Kangaroos, actually. One upgrade there with the Galil going into the hands of PZ. So it's not, you know, hugely successful in terms of getting AKs or anything like that, but you'll definitely take the round there if you're BNK.
Oh, for sure. It's a massive round. Addict getting that pick on outside. It was a 1-4 from Greyhound. They lose their lurker, which means they lose the map presence that they invested multiple smokes to be able to try to take on outside, and then not feeling comfortable enough to go into the ramp against maybe the Force Spires, the close range weaponry. Evens things out a lot more here. Greyhound buying up themselves somewhat limited util. Molly to credit card, trying to take space on outside. It's a multiple swing from all of the T's here, but Addict unable to trade favorably, and now a man advantage for the T's.
This is just going to be a massive brawl, isn't it? It kind of feels like one of those games where we'll be going back and forth for a little while until someone's able to restore some semblance of normalcy to the game. Inns to win a duel. Hazard another back and forth to go. And Hazard, unable to stand up to the double swing through from Annex, will fall as well. So it's just onto Brace. He might actually get this kill onto Inns with the nade. Does. So that'll help. But it is still a 1-on-2.
Plant's nice and open here from Alistair. No head armor for Liaz, so aim punch a factor with the MP9 as Brace begins to wrap around in through elbow side. Alistair already posted and ready, but quite low on HP here.
That's a good start, though it does cost a lot of HP for Brace. He's been able to get himself an AK at least. He's going to have to move quickly, even despite having that defuse kit. Timer ticking away. Smoke available. Could smoke the bomb and defuse, but he might just sit it here and see if he can play that game with Liaz, who hasn't peaked in time. And it is a win for Bad News Kangaroos. Again, though, the circumstances don't really help them in the long term.
Yeah, lost a lot of guns, but here's the thing. I don't know. Will Greyhound buy up into this one? They know they put a lot of economic pressure on the CT side. The double reset potential is still well and truly there. You see a fair bit of investment here for Greyhound. They could have definitely considered something like a half buy here, but they're going to push all their chips into the middle of the table. Try to go for broke. AWP comes out for PZ here. Somewhat mutilating utility here for the T side, who once again invest in early wall of smokes across the outside and start to make some moves across towards Secret. PZ able to pick Dexter through the smoke though, so one player dying on the cross there for Greyhound. Starts to limit their chances of a successful close plan in lower. They creep across behind the smoke here.
Yeah, Molotov's going to come down nicely as well, just to tickle Vexite a couple of tags. So that'll get him into one-shot range for the M4s.
Inns applies some util pressure to upper. Only got a Tech 9. He's on a really late lurk through outside. This round really depends on Greyhound finding some success here in lowers. They need to find this lowers angle for his player. Moving down the vent on a really nice timing bomb drop, but that's great info gathered by Hazard.
Addict waiting patiently for Inns, but he'll have his head banged off by the Tech 9. Still a numbers game here that's looking good for Bad News Kangaroos. PZ's also going to be able to spot Alistair out. Bomb not in control of Greyhound at the moment. Leaves a pretty sticky situation ahead. So Inns is going to have to go and collect that, but they've only got 30 seconds left to play with now. And they don't really have that control on the B site that you had wanted. However, Inns has been allowed to cross, and so they will be given the bomb plant.
Nice and safe from Inns. Alistair set up in the pole position to try to clutch up from Decon. Inns going to try to cut some corners on low HP here and try to catch one of the CTs off guard, who are all playing very patiently. Kid on Brace. If that dies early in window room, that could be a problematic for sure.
First still looking pretty good there for Bad News Kangaroos. This Brace will win it. And Inns really can't do too much. So defuse on, and BNK have won themselves another round.
Yeah. This is really good signs from them. They were in a bit of a pickle after that round 2 defeat. Their economy in the bin. They're able to put that round together. and then win a 1v1 clutch, and all of a sudden they're in a fantastic position on the CT side here, despite the bomb plants and the economic damage inflicted by Greyhound. They have been forced on an eco. So Greyhound, you know, with the loss bonus, with the bomb plants that they've been able to get, they actually are able to invest in a fair bit of weaponries. Tech 9 and armor, a little bit of util. Looks like they may be looking for a ramp timing here. Every kill that the T's can get in a round like this is going to create a window where they can try to get back into this half, and they might have found Brace in transition here. Face fully white, able to retreat back down into the ramp room, but it's a wrap into ladder base here from the T's.
Yeah, PC, oh, he wasn't expecting that at all. He's in all sorts of trouble, missing the first shot with the AWP, and then he's going to be run down, gunned down by the Tech 9s, which continued to prove successful for Greyhound. And it really is just all too familiar territory, isn't it? You see Greyhound struggling in a game, and then a round like this comes out, and you're wondering, well, have Bad News Kangaroos just let that pressure loose?
Yeah, they are double eco off the back of this one. And look at all the guns picked up here by Greyhound. They were in a pretty terrible position on this T side, but the half by getting through and taking all those guns away from Bad News Kangaroos has given Greyhound an early in back into this half here. See this scoreline start to even up quite a bit. Attic just going to try to hold on to the A1S, and I'm not sure what the CTs are going to do here. I think they're double eco. You got Brace and PZ around 1k here, so you could consider the single save, to be perfectly honest, even though Hazard's going to be pretty close to double eco. Let's see what they opt for. Greyhound, on the other hand, very happy with that one. 3 guns picked up. Very little invested in a round like this is going to start to balloon their economy out of control. They're going to be able to buy for pretty much the rest of this half, and even picking up an MP9 at the end of that one. Hazard immediately buys Deagle Kevlar, but maybe considering not forcing into this one. We'll see. No, they are going to force, so... This is one of those feel bad forces, because even if you win it, you don't break the T-side economy here.
Well, gotta do what you gotta do, right? You reap what you sow, and unfortunately Bad News Kangaroos, having lost that round, have once again kind of put themselves into a bit of a precarious position after starting to look like they were going to be a dominant force in this half.
Yeah. They're not completely all in. You see PZ still saving for AWP here, only investing in Deeg. Patience once again from Greyhound on this T side. Just little bits of progression, util, flash over the top. Oh, Addict looking for that outside pick, but this time Alistair's ready.
Well, that's 1 for 1. Not quite going to be enough to make things too exciting for Bad News Kangaroos just yet. And you do still have PZ down toward the B bomb site. Nothing happening on outer for Brace. He'll get that information, retrieve the M4, and go scurrying off to assist elsewhere. Might be a good spot to find himself actually in close to ladder base. PZ can strike for maybe 1 or 2 here, then things could start to get interesting. Just the 1, plus a bit of damage onto Liaz. Still in control of Greyhound.
Easy one for Dexter in the side of the head. Brace may have found timing there to sneak down into lower. How has Dexter not hurt him there? He was stomping around, doesn't end up mattering. 3 guns up for Greyhound. They break the CT economy. And this has just been flip-flopping all over the place as to who's favoured so far, Jordan. But I dare say it's going to be Greyhound back on top yet again here.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. Will be a save, obviously, from BNK. Just one small little issue for Bad News Kangaroos has been the difference maker between quite a dominant-looking half and maybe Greyhound just sort of running away with things a little bit. I feel like Greyhound in particular is one of those teams that when you let them get away with it a little bit and allow them back into the game, they very rarely let you back into the game.
Look at this warehouse stack. Money man Alistair making his way down secret. Dexter clears out uppers for free. Doors wide open. So Bad News Kangaroos with the warehouse stack. Maybe anticipating, you know, a popular anti-eco strat these days is the yard route with the smoke onto windows and up to heaven side. The new waterfall smoke's obviously popularizing that. So I think that's what Bad News Kangaroos are really trying to play around here with the pistol stack. Alistair coming up, back up secret side though, could be on for a bit of a farm.
They're not really coming together for Bad News Kangaroos though in this round. And Alistair with the opportunity to farm a bit of cash is going to grab a couple of kills on the Mac 10. Like to see that.
Nice little one tap from Inns. And PZ just seeing what he can get. If he can get himself an extra kill here at the end of the round, that's an extra grenade for him to put in his back pocket. There you go. Oh! Not quite clean up his hitter, unfortunately. A lot of damage onto those T's, but doesn't end up really mattering a whole lot. So Bad News Kangaroos, unfortunately, falling to 4 apiece from them in what was a pretty nice looking game. And really this half kind of moves to what can we do? How many rounds can we chip away into this half? Because the T's are never getting reset at this point. They've got so much cash. You're just trying to string whatever CT gun rounds you can before we head into the next half. Front spawn there for Alistair on the AWP. I would have been keen to see if he's going for something. And indeed he is, straight over towards outside. He's leading the pack. Maybe looking to try to get boosted up and look for a pick into warehouse. But Greyhound this time pulled towards outside. Quick drop over onto Annex side. HE-nade into the smoke, looking for a pick on the cross there. Now Greyhound make their way across the secret. It's actually a flash into warehouse here for Dexter. Found by Brace. Man advantage here for Bad News Kangaroos. Punishing the cross there on outside. But Greyhound down into lowers here with a little bit of space. Could still find a favorable post plant for themselves, depending on how successful Hazard is here from Deacon.
Yeah, it's going to be the big question mark, isn't it? And so far, answering that challenge quite nicely. The nade will cause a bit of a ruckus as well, and that is well defended in the end by Hazard, who will force Alistair into a solo situation. PZ missing the shot. Does keep Alistair in the round. Well, not going to be an easy one to negotiate from here. It's got CTs lurking all over the place. Timing here for Hazard doesn't work out. That's a quick one from Alistair.
This would be an ace clutch.
He's looking in the form to do it in as well. You can see sometimes Alistair, those quick flicks, they start to connect. It's going to be an interesting, it's going to be an exciting day even. Let's see what he's going to be able to manage here. Smoke preventing him from seeing the CTs at Megaton, but Tech9's going to get whipped out, and I think the timing just hasn't quite favored him out there, and he gets shot in the back of the head by Hats. So another one up for Bad News Kangaroos, and they can start to mount a little bit of a defense now of this CT side.
Yeah, but as we often say, every round they pick up, dropping guns along the way is definitely going to start to hold their economy back, make them more resettable. And as I already mentioned before, Greyhound have got plenty of gun rounds in the back pocket. But we're starting to get towards the tail end of this half here, so look, there could be a good salvage job on the cards here for Bad News Kangaroos here on the CT side. See if that continues. Dawn not getting blown open here. PZ looking for that opening pick, but not given the opportunity to do so. Greyhound maybe looking for a lobby timing this time around. Dexter left on the lurk outside. Great kill through the smoke there from Hazard though. Bad News Kangaroos have done a pretty good job finding opening picks so far on this CT side.
I mean, credit where it's due. I think Bad News Kangaroos have actually looked like the better team so far in this matchup. It's just that, well, one, the economy's been a little difficult for them after losing that anti-eco, and two, they lost the anti-eco. So the scoreline is actually fairly close still, but when we really talk about the important rounds, the gun rounds themselves, Bad News Kangaroos have definitely had the run of things.
Yeah, for sure. Greyhound winning the round 2 force and the half buy has definitely put a lot of rounds on the board and given them a lot more cash, which already on the T side, especially in this MR12 format, is something that's difficult to deal with. With this man advantage though, Bad News Kangaroos playing this one pretty much by the numbers. Addict protecting that outside wrap towards ladder base. They've got one player pinned back in ramp on the double AWP, mind you. If this uppers pick gets in, this could be a difficult retake on the double AWP for the CT side though.
Too bad from Hazard. Alistair's going to get the kill onto Hats, but subsequently lose his life to PZ. And Brace is down towards the bomb site. It's made a bit of noise there, but Liaz maybe didn't hear him or didn't hear it quick enough because he was already well committed. So that'll be another one for Bad News Kangaroos. A successful one again with 3 guns alive.
In's a little broker than the rest of the boys. Could definitely still get dropped an 8K by Dexter though. No issues at all. So another buy here for Greyhound, but with only 2.4 loss bonus, without a bomb plant heading into round 12, they could actually get soft reset here. That could give an easier access to an 8-4 here for Bad News Kangaroos. PZ again going for the door pick. Mostly been the riflers who have been opening up these rounds for the CT side though. Cheeky. Little boost up onto the ramp. They've seen that a couple of times from Greyhound, but Dexter just walks out onto the line straight through the smoke, taking duels himself and trades favorably. PZ able to keep it 3 apiece though.
I mean, Dexter, I guess, has just decided he's done with it. Is that enough? Top started player for Greyhound in the RMR qualifier. Hazard won't quite get the better of the smoke fade, which leaves it on to PZ to show us what he's got. He's been reasonably solid so far today. There's another good opportunity for him to have a big impact, and that's another nice shot. He spots out Alistair as well. Wallbang will help out, and Addict on the flank gets the freebie.
That's gorgeous.
Great
Look
round.
at that. They deny the bomb plant. It's a soft reset on the T-side economy. They are looking pretty fantastic here.
Yeah.
Bad News Kangaroos bringing in some really good form into the first couple of tournaments of this year. Honestly, 2023, I was a little underwhelmed in some of the events that I was watching them, some of the domestic events, but they are playing very well heading into 2024. I'm thoroughly impressed. Pretty mediocre buy here for Greyhound. Just trying to piece together whatever they could. Quick wall of smoke across outside. Dexter trying to set the pace and make his way across to Secret here. PZ can hear those footsteps down into Secret. That should prompt a rotate from one of the ramp players. Indeed, Brace makes his way down. And you also get the vent drop. But Hazard, you thought he was going to be good for that, but a triple dink from the Mac-10 denies the hut push.
I mean, I guess that'll do it. Alice is able to get the upgrade to the M4, though 15 HP. It's Mac-10 domination from Greyhound so far in this round. Both their kills coming from that SMG. Now Vexite will do things a different way. This is just madness. Dexter up the ladder, doesn't actually go down to PZ. But Vexite able to get the bomb plant down on the ground, and Greyhound with a post plant numbers advantage aren't done yet in this half. Looking for that 5th round. I think they might just get it as well. This will be a tough one to retake. Vexite on the timing. Didn't actually spot Addict, but was able to chunk him down quite substantially after that kill came through. And it's still a 2-on-2. Inns hasn't had to move. Vexite will now have to swing off of that Molotov, but he's still alive. And the time is really ticking away from Bad News Kangaroos at this point in time. Inns is the kind of player that you'd want in this situation, but maybe not in this round. The shots just don't connect. And it's 8-4 for Bad News Kangaroos as they pull off a pretty miraculous retake, all things considered. Well, it looks like we've got a pretty interesting game on our hands here at the moment. Bad News Kangaroos up 8-4, and they head into the second half of the first map. Looking like they might be able to get a dub on the board to kick things off.
Still got a T side ahead of us yet. Seems like they're waiting around for this hut push. Stomps being made, ins maybe being reeled in a little bit as Dexter's found a pick already. Fight across hut here does not go the way that ins would have anticipated, but there's multiple players stomping their way straight through radio, and they've dropped the bomb in lobby.
Yeah, not a good spot to be in for Addict and Hazard, but not unwinnable until that happens. So, just as you think Bad News Kangaroos are off to a good thing, Greyhound land a punch back. That was very much the case in the first half as well, it felt like, though I guess getting the 8-4 scoreline as opposed to the 7-5 scoreline did kind of feel like it maybe sealed the deal a little bit for Bad News Kangaroos. That, yep, they have actually done a pretty good job in the first half. All that's irrelevant, really, though, if things don't come together in the second. So let's see how they do negotiate this second round force buy.
Yeah, down a bomb plan. Straight down the vent with Dooley's his hats. I don't think he's been spotted on the drop there. And you can see the rest of the teams making their way straight through ramp. But Liaz has already found 2 repeats with only 5 or 6 bullets. That's just shut down the round single-handedly.
Pretty sharp shot. And so it's just Hats left now, who was sent elsewhere to try and do some work and can't get much done. That's a bit of a shutout from Greyhound.
Unfortunate. It's like an individual performance. Spray down on the ramp. We always know that Liaz in that anchor role is good for a multi-frag, but in theory, I mean, if you were able to actually scale out onto that ramp player with the quick drop down the vent timing that they had, that could have been a really good round for Bad News Kangaroos, but this does not come together. And with such a clean shutdown of the force buy, with how much cash Greyhound has built up, and with how much this round is looking like it's about to be a tech pause, I'm feeling really good about the CT side right now, Jordan.
Yeah, me too. I think Greyhound looking pretty comfortable in this second half so far. Not sure exactly what the issue is, but hopefully it'll be sorted pretty quick. Get a bit of an update over on the other game as well, see what's happening over there.
Looking pretty close.
Mindfreak 6-5, yeah.
That's Mindfreak's pick. Seen Danger playing pretty well this year, as opposed to last year.
Back to it, huh?
Yeah. Peaking at the right time. Would have loved to see Addict keep that glass cannon P90 into this round, but not to be.
Not sure that his teammates really would have. But Hats has at least managed to make it down to B side, so see if he can get the bomb plan here. Won't quite. So Liaz was able to go charging down the ramp, and that's pretty much that. All she wrote for the round. Quick one. Can't say I'm too disappointed by not having to watch the Glocks run around for a minute and a half, but we'll get into the first gun round of the half, and this is where Bad News Kangaroos really have to make their mark known again.
Yeah, they've had the loss bonus really stacked up at this point, and look, the scoreline lead that they built for themselves in that last half is really diminished at this point. Early AWP timing coming out here for Alistair. He's going to make his way over to outside Oranix. You can see, ooh, very aggressive. Straight across onto the deep line on the outside here. Isn't going to catch Addict, who started to make his way back under Silo, but both him and Brace looking for some kind of CT aggression. They're aware that the MP9s are out here, so the flash timing from a rifle to look for an early pick could definitely be a possibility. The rest of the T's still very much sitting around in lobby, but starting to make their way through outside, and Alistair is looking quick. Early pick there from Greyhound, and you could see immediate shift in the rotations. The CT's just looking to sit back and maintain that man advantage. See what the T-side's next move will be.
Yeah, Alistair definitely having a day at the moment. PZ's making a lot of noise here as well, so I was going to say Dexter should be pretty well prepared for him, and is. Ultimately, it comes down to a trade from Hats, but having now seen Hats get himself a kill, kind of hanging in the balance. Bomb just has to be retrieved on outer, and has now been by Hats. By Hats? By Hazard? This is insanely difficult, looking at them on the mini-map, and trying to figure out which one is which sometimes. Names look exactly the same. But either way,
Gotta go spec savers, mate.
Bad News Kangaroos doing pretty well in this first gun round, even despite essentially playing 4v5 because Addict got pushed off earlier by Alistair.
Yeah, great recovery. You can see Hats from that door position just being incredibly annoying. Hazard getting a lot of work done on outside. I think it was just a ping pong of taking a duel over on door side, and then you're able to create a little bit more of a ripple in the rotations and a bit more space on outside, and they're able to work those duels very effectively. So mid-round well navigated by the Kangaroos. Orb going to be saved over here though, so the CTs still probably have got 2 good buys in the back pocket there. And 3 guns alive, a bit of a middling result here for Bad News Kangaroos. So still very much anyone's game at this point.
Terrorists win.
Well, the good news, I guess, for Bad News Kangaroos is that they will have that belief that this is going to be possible. Already done it once in the last couple of days on Inferno against Greyhound in the Asia RMR qualifier. So that'll be fresh in the mind. They'll be saying, look, we've got a good opportunity here again. It's definitely possible. Let's lock it in.
Heavy presence on outside here from Greyhound. It's upper though from the Kangaroos, and that's kind of caught the CTs completely off timing. Double entry there. Leo's able to at least pick up PZ in the meanwhile, but post plant getting sped up here. Alistair maybe setting up for the Heaven Flood, or are they just going to save? It's an immediate save from Greyhound. I suppose that makes sense. You lose the double entry in upper. Greyhound with a bit of a misread there. You could see with how much they set up in warehouse, they were anticipating, again, pressure towards outside from the Bad News Kangaroos, especially with how much space they were able to find out there in the previous round from Hazard. But this is why we love Toby Brace Barnes. He's really, really good at conditioning certain teams. He's really good at deciding when he's going to change up the calling round to round. And, you know, Vertex's, or I should say Bad News Kangaroos, is very, very well-drilled team who can hit these exec timings really, really nicely. And that's a perfect example of it.
Three rounds away now for Bad News Kangaroos. It's definitely feeling within their grasp. Just got to hope that something doesn't go wrong. Kind of suffered from that a little bit in the first half, losing that pistol round. The anti-eco round, I guess, from their perspective. Got to make sure that they cross their T's, dot their I's, get this one done.
Radio line here from Alistair. Not seeing anyone over in that position. Multiple rifles in upper, anticipating another upper timing here. But it's going to be the ramp pivot, and look at that. An instant entry for Addict. Leo's trying to pick up the pieces. A double entry, full blind. This is unreal from Bad News Kangaroos. They are playing these rounds perfectly.
Yeah, not much for Inns and Vexide to do here, apart from see if they can hang on to the guns. Inns has already been spotted in the warehouse. So PZ is going to start to have a little bit of a look maybe in that direction. He's clearing out the A site. CTs know that they need to move up their positions. Change things up a little bit so they can't get tracked down so easily.
If a quieter game from Addict up until that point, that double entry was good as gold. And it feels like the first picks have pretty consistently been going the way of Bad News Kangaroos. Even on that CT side, the riflers were finding opening picks pretty consistently. And then now on the T side, the entries have felt really clean these last couple of rounds. Obviously, Alistair finding the pick on outside in one of the early gun rounds, but from there, the riflers were able to walk through outside and find favorable duels. You had duels coming out from Squeaky in these last 2 rounds. Both cases of very easy looking double entries through uppers and ramp side. Something is not going right for Greyhound right now.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have a lot of time to figure it out, do they? MR13 goes by pretty quick. Molly onto Hut. Hasn't pushed Dexter off of that position, so that could be problems for Bad News Kangaroos if they assume that it's clear, and indeed has a will. So he'll go down for 3. Does get traded back by Hats, who's found another one on the entry. I told you, he's looking good in this roster. And again, another solid performance from Hats, 14 and 12 today so far. A couple of big frags there. Gets Bad News Kangaroos the advantage in this round.
Still from Heaven's side, trying to deny the bomb plant. Brace dodges that nicely, and they return a Molotov to Fader. Hats knowing that CT has been pushed back. That's a cheeky little timing to walk through the annex smoke. And that's the kind of play that tells you he's feeling himself. So once again, we must ask Alistair to do the impossible. He's been in Plague Safe Simulator right now. And Hats is not keen to let him do it again.
Yeah, Alistair's going to be lucky to get away with this orb, but maybe the chase isn't quite as strong from Bad News Kangaroos. Still, they'll be happy. They'll be up to 12.
And it has to be said, like, 12-7, the T-side gun round's looking phenomenal. Greyhound, they won round 2 forced T-side and a half buy. And the Deagle round. Just the eco with Deagle, Tech 9 armor, and then a half buy at the end of the half. So 3 of these rounds, arguably more because the second round force buy and the Deagle round they won ended in an anti-eco. I feel like at least 3, 4, 5 of these rounds from Greyhound weren't earned in their early gun rounds. So this is a very, very dominant performance from Bad News Kangaroos right now. What you're seeing is just gun round dominance. They are looking like a much better team on Nuke right now. So I'm kind of wondering what's going on with Greyhound. Maybe kicking their feet up a little bit too much. It's only the upper bracket. We see them lose in these situations at times. Plus they just qualified for the RMR, so they're probably feeling pretty good.
Well, last-ditch attempt for Greyhound to try to hold on. It's not a particularly enjoyable-looking buy there. They have managed to get the AWP out for Alistair still, and, you know, M4s for a couple of members. It's definitely not the worst of buys, but they can get a lot done with a little, this team, so I wouldn't say it's over necessarily just yet. Dexter going to re-smoke Squeaky, and Alistair has been the difference maker for Greyhound so far in this matchup and has an opportunity to continue that trend. Good shot onto Addict, untradeable. Dexter gets himself 1 or 2, and even Backside working out into Hut, able to capitalize on PZ's missed shot. So that's just one of those rounds where you almost know that's going to happen when it's Greyhound. Can't say it's over until it's over.
I think a little bit of an adjustment there as well. Greyhound being a bit more disruptive. It's felt like a lot of these rounds, outside of the early pick on outside that kind of put them behind the 8 ball, it's felt like Bad News Kangaroos are able to execute on them, and it's working very seamlessly. That round, Greyhound able to kind of get them in their face before the snowball starts rolling, so to speak. Addict making some pace on outside here, joined by a couple of the boys. No additional smokes on outside here. Orcs be moved over to ramp room here from Greyhound. Just patience from the T side.
Nade's not quite going to land. PZ caught out in no man's land, and he's holding onto the bomb, so everyone's on their merry way down into lower. And he's pretty much stuck at red crate.
It's an awkward round to navigate as the T side now. They've got presence down in lower, but how do you meet up with these 2 players? Oh, losing that pick. Hats gets shot in the feet. Means no lobby presence here for the T side, and they still just have no way of getting these 2 players from backside lobby into lowers. Someone is going to have to make a move. Maybe up the vent could be the play here for Bad News Kangaroos, but that is a very low percentage play, especially with the 3-man crossfire in upper right now.
Oh, Molotov's going to spread and force brace into the vent, but he gets down. No one even looked.
What? Okay.
It worked. It worked out.
This could be a lowest post plant. Look at the vent flood for the CTs though. This is gonna get messy as hell.
Yeah, it is indeed. They're all shooting each other in the back as well. Addict. Oh, dear.
What is going on?
That's a round.
That
Bad
was
news,
around the
Kangaroos.
Counter-Strike.
I think they need to, they probably just need a call attack pause here. Have a little chat. Reset. Because these things can get out of hand pretty quick, especially when you're versing Greyhound. And all of a sudden that 12 to 8 lead that you had is maybe 12-12 or 12-11 or something like that. And it's like, oh, how did we get here?
They just needed to make a plan there. It doesn't matter what the plan was. They're all low percentage plays in that situation when the bomb gets stuck on outside. Like, either those lowest players needed to go try to pressure Megaton or go up the vent with an upper Zexy or something, or the outside players needed to try to, I reckon, maybe pinch a ramp there into Alistair, but obviously, we're the ones with perfect information. But they just needed to decide something together and in a very, very awkward position that you don't end up in very often. Close wall of smoke across the outside here. Two sides making their way over. Alistair once again tasked with holding the ramp room on the AWP.
He's waiting for someone's noggin. But he's not going to get it.
Vexite has hit the vent rotation. Brace with the double peek on the timing. That drop will have been heard by the warehouse player though. See you later, Ids. Caught front side warehouse, mollied out of position, and yet again another nice little opening pick here for Bad News Kangaroos.
Yeah, I mean, is this going to be the one that they convert? How about that from Addict? Maybe it is. Maybe it is. It certainly feels like it's going in their direction this time around. Hats up on the red crate. Has spotted out Dexter. Will lose his life, though. But it does feel like mission successful for Bad News Kangaroos at the moment. The only thing is they haven't quite got the bomb plant down. Has is just in the corner of the site, waiting for it to be made safe. Peasy's barrel might have been spotted there by Liaz. Shot's certainly ringing through. And Peasy might well need a bit of assistance here, so Hazard will just float his way out onto the ramp. Have a look towards Megaton and see if he can spot any of the players peeking their way forward. Peasy to strike this time around. It's just Alistair and Dexter now trying to make this retake happen. A 2-on-4. Dexter's doing well. He needs Alistair's support, though. There's two players toward the double doors. Flashes in. Alistair's now spotted out as well. P250 connects. Time running down. Dexter is going to try to win the round, and Alistair is just in time, I think, going to hit the shot. The defuse is on. And that's fine for Greyhound because, well, they've saved the day. The 2v4, Alistair and Dexter keep it alive.
It's unreal. No bullets left in the AWP for PZ. Unfortunate. But it's those kind of clutches that Greyhound is known for in this region, especially against teams like the Bad News Kangaroos. Tack timeout getting called here. It's a awkward position economically. The loss bonus starting to stack up here for the T side, but with 3.2, 3.6 for Addict, 3.4 for PZ. We'll see what they decide to put together here. Either going to be a full investment or maybe one of those half buys with a couple of rifles invested and then Tech 9 armor for the other boys to maximize your full buy in the last round. But with 2.9, if you can at least get yourself a bomb plant heading into the next round, you're feeling pretty confident you can put together a good buy in that last round. So here is the choice here from Bad News Kangaroos. Fair bit invested in this round. PZ saving for something or other. No, there you go. Buys it a little last second. What is the call? Need to at least get yourself a bomb plant or you're going to be in an awkward position for sure. A lot of util pressure on lobby. Waiting out the initial util from the CT side. Alistair spots out one. In comes the hut push, but Vexite shuts that down before it even gets started, Jordan.
Well, the back 10 brace off the top. Has managed to catch Vexite. The trades end up being not too bad for Bad News Kangaroos, though it does leave a little bit to be desired. And you spoke about the importance of that bomb plant. Doesn't look like they're going to be getting that now. Hats would have to go Super Saiyan to win this one. Says creeping out onto the line. Will lose his life, but ins unexpected from Annex. And it seems maybe Greyhound is actually going to make this comeback happen.
Yeah, 3k for three of these players. 3.9 for Brace and Hats. Not what you want to be staring down the barrel of. given that overtime is definitely looming on the horizon now. So uppers timing after the initial util was the call last time from the T's did not work for them. Greyhound shut them down, disrupted them in the choke. This time they make their way towards outside, and it's once again a pretty good read here. Inns is already on the line towards outside. Taking an initial duel, it's a double headshot. And see Alistair already making his way down through Secret as well.
Yeah, nice raw adjustment from Inns to get that second player. Ali, shot gets baited out by PZ in the end, I guess. We'll give away the position, but be happy with the proceedings thus far into round number 24 for Greyhound.
What to do now in the 3-on-4? Looking for a pick through door side. Hats has opened up a couple of these rounds. PZ trying to make some moves on outside here. Alistair keeping an eye on lower. Liaz on ramp. Two players playing the pivot in uppers. Oh, that is a hell of a timing there from PZ, catching them in transition into Heart. They wanted to go for the double Heart push, and that has been punished.
Another clutch required from Greyhound, this time 3-on-2. Definitely doable, especially considering Brace is low on HP, but it shouldn't have got to this point. Greyhound, it felt like they were going to make that to OT, and now it swings back in the other direction where you'd say Bad News Kangaroos, this is their chance to close the map out. Another 13-11 on the cards for them. They've gotten rid of Liaz. It's just Alistair. And I'm not really sure what he's going to be able to do about it. He's making a ton of noise going up into heaven. He doesn't really have any other options. And that'll be a little bit too easy in the end for Hats to get the trade. And Bad News Kangaroos will indeed secure map number 1. It was a bit of a roller coaster, to be fair, Pilski, but they got there in the end.
Yeah, 100%. I think obviously Greyhound started to get themselves warmed up a little bit more towards the tail end of that CT side, though. So I think although Bad News Kangaroos looking very, very strong in a lot of those gun rounds and looking like perhaps the better team there on Nuke. How many times have we seen, you know, as we were talking about, I think off air it was, you know, the initial map win or the upper bracket win and then the reverse sweep from Greyhound. It's, you know, their bread and butter. But still good signs from Bad News Kangaroos. I think a solid performance across the board from all the boys. It's great to see Hats in this roster. And look, they have got themselves up 1-0. So we'll see what awaits for them on the next map here.
Yeah, indeed. Mirage going to be map number 2. That is actually the map pick of Bad News Kangaroos. So they must be feeling pretty good about this series so far. Don't want to wait too long for that one, but we're going to have to take a short break before we jump into it. So don't go too far away. Mirage is coming up next between Greyhound and Bad News Kangaroos.
tried to build a home. I feel this world coming over me. The pressure makes me fold. If I stay locked in the headlights, but you
Alrighty, welcome back to the Oceania qualifier for IEM Chengdu 2024. Wild day, wild scenes we're seeing at the moment. Bad news Kangaroos, they won map 1 here on our stream, and Rooster were upset, I would say, by Mindfreak in map 1 over on the B stream. So, a couple of upsets for map 1. Now we get to find out, though, whether or not it will be an upset for the series as a whole. Bad news Kangaroos moving on to their map pick of Mirage, and Dexter is just sending them packing. 2 quick taps for the USP, and another one to boot as well. Been helped out by Inns, and that is probably not the way the Bad News Kangaroos would have liked to have seen the map starting.
Like, you just go next round at that point. Like, there's nothing you can do about that. You were B-hopping out of A main. You know, you thought you would make it to Teddy, and Dexter's just clicked on 4 people. Sometimes it just happens like that. You just lose a pistol like that. Interestingly, these 2 teams haven't played Mirage against each other since Go in an official, so bit of a different one. And I remember one of the big upsets to go over to Blast, I believe it was on this map between Bad News Kangaroos, Core, and Greyhound. Lico, straight out A, and they've sent a message back to Dexter this time, who has once again played the same position, but apparently blocks to OP in this round. A lot of things being handed out.
Inns even copped one there as well, but he'll be saved by Vexite. Alright. Solid stuff in the end for Greyhound, but a bit of damage done by Bad News Kangaroos. Unfortunately, didn't get the bomb plant down.
But a couple of guns taken away from the CT side, and the Fabus couldn't be saved over, so you're pretty happy with that if you are the T side, who have got themselves a pretty decent buy here. Early ult timing for Alice there. Doesn't have any kind of crazy spawn to do anything in particular. A little bit of grenade juggling here for Vexite to send a flash to the backside of market. Ooh, good opportunity there for Alice there to hit a flick and give a man advantage, and quick pacing straight up con here from Bad News Kangaroos. Attic already finds himself in pole position to start to split the map. Vexite finds PZ from Cat though, and the T's unfortunately have lost themselves a man advantage.
Ooh. Little pop flash into connector there. I think tossed by Alistar, was trying to set Inns up to grab Addict, who made a bit of noise, but ends up dodging the flash quite nicely. And so Greyhound ended up giving up that advantage and allowing it to go back to 4-on-4.
Push from Dexter though in the mid round. Greyhound staying active. They've taken A space, so they're quite happy to leave that part of the map open and just let Dexter work his magic over there. Others there trying to keep an eye on Murder Hole. And a 2-man push into apps here. Once again, caught in transition though are Greyhound, and Bad News Kangaroos starting to make some moves onto this B site now.
Well, Brace looking for those entries, but not really finding anyone to shoot at. Missing the timings by a half second here and there, and Hats as well will lose his life to Vexite, who crept through the smoke into the van position. It's on to Brace solo, 1-on-3. He does have time to potentially isolate some 1-on-1s, though. It's been spotted out now by Vexite, who'll just back up and play for the 2v1, which makes it easy for Dexter to get the final kill in the round, and Greyhound up 3-0. Out of the gate strong on Mirage.
No bomb plant yet again here, so gonna be a single save for Bad News Kangaroos. We can put together some 50s. That's what we're used to seeing from Greyhound. Whenever they get upset, they usually come back to win the next map pretty quickly. Send a bit of a message to send an individual multi-frag. Some of the boys. Bit of a miss molly there from Inns. Oh, could be intentional as he starts to walk his way into ramp here.
A lot of nades. Not really connecting too much onto Liaz, though. Wonder how Hats is going to go with his timing here, pushing out from Palace.
Oh, Vexite. Very heads-up play, hearing the footsteps falling back. Great timing and positioning on the spam. Little bit of a lineup. Inns has pushed his way through a ramp, so Hats well aware that there is a player over there. And can hear the footsteps of Inns falling away here.
I've been seeing a fair bit of that from Inns so far with this new Greyhound. It's been put in these sort of enforcer, these sort of CT enforcer roles. It's making the pushes, trying to be the one active around the map. And certainly hasn't stopped either. push his way back into Palace. Attic just going to get the kill onto Dexter, though that's really not going to help Bad News Kangaroos out all that much. Greyhound are putting together a pretty solid CT half at this point in time.
Yeah, 4 alive. Economy building up yet again here. Another opportunity for Bad News Kangaroos. Their last T-side gun round didn't look too bad. Definitely had their opportunities. AWP comes out for PC this time. Some quick pace in middle last time for Bad News Kangaroos. Made their way very quickly up con again. Quick smokes onto con and window. Boost into underpass from Greyhound, or actually a 2-man setup in underpass. Alistair's looking for a pick on the underpass player. 1-4 from Bad News Kangaroos, though. It's util pressure from Grace and a quick pace straight out of a ramp here.
Quick pace indeed. Vex has been forced all the way back into Con, but spamming through the smoke gets himself the kill onto Attic. Nade's going to reveal the position of Vexite as well, but realistically speaking, Greyhound are just fragging a little bit too well at the moment. Hazard! Was a nice sharp flick. If he would have gotten 2, it could have been something, but still numbers reigning supreme for Greyhound, and they've got the flank of Ins as well, which will almost certainly win the round. 5-0. Greyhound with that hype train mentality right back into the best of 3.
Being very active. CT side Mirage, moving around a lot, very fluid, push and pull. They're taking space wherever they can manage it from the tees, and it feels like a lot of the time Bad News Kangaroos aren't really able to handle that. Like I said, the individual's looking really sharp for Greyhound here. Leoz hasn't even seen anyone yet. The life of a B anchor on Mirage.
Yep. 0 kills, 1 death, 5 rounds in. Could be worse.
This is his life. Go Leoz POV. He just jump spot. Just a jump spot bot, HE nade and stuff like that.
0 ADR.
Yeah. Hasn't even bloody seen anybody, mate. Bad News Kangaroos here. Looking for maybe a bit of pressure into Con, into an A-split perhaps. Dexter playing that forward position, but with no flash here on Alistair, he's going to have to be self-sufficient from Sandwich. No one's really going to be able to set him up for anything. Is Vexite in unders here or ladder room? Either way, he's going to try to disrupt this mid-push at some point in the round. Top con smoke comes out from the tees.
I think he's probably in a ladder room just based on his position on the mini-map.
Yeah, there you go. He's found the cross onto Con, which is exactly what he was looking for and the exact role of the player in this position here. Trying to find that mid-round timing to give a man advantage for Greyhound, and Dexter will further extend that. HE nade opportunity to Alistair as well, but that's a nice pick from Hats. This one's turning around. Hold on.
Yeah, Hats the turret. Oh! 3 big entries for Bad News Kangaroos from him, and Hazard was able to chime in with 1 as well, and all of a sudden the round has shifted on its head. Finally, we might be seeing Bad News Kangaroos get a round. And also, Liaz is actually getting the opportunity to play the game now, so a lot of firsts in this round.
Difficult 1-on-2 clutch, though. He doesn't have a lot of space, and he's getting spammed out of it right from the get-go. Hazard with a Molotov in hand. Nice open plant for a 2-man CT setup. No smoke here for Liaz. Very low percentage clutch. And I don't even think he has the time. With the molly going on the bomb, this one's done and dusted.
Yep. Sticking around. And that is going to cost him, as Hazard will take him out of the round and retrieve the AWP on the side as well. 5-1 the scoreline. Bad News Kangaroos can finally begin their campaign on Mirage.
Hazard and Hats just explode and combine for 5 there. And that is what we love about BNK. The Riflers have just got so much firepower on this team. It's really excellent to watch when they're feeling themselves, when they're multi-fragging. And Hats maybe adding to that in this case. Money's starting to look not so crash hot for Greyhound. They are very resettable here. This could be a big round for Bad News Kangaroos to be picking up here. Vexite on the deep line in mid can see absolutely everything. Alistair's pivoted over towards B apartments, jumping up on the dresser and doesn't quite connect that shot. Immediately punished by Hazard.
Yeah, good swing. Really good swing. Vexite can't do too much, allowing Hazard to get out onto the site now as well, and the bomb is well and truly in tow as Brace tries to make his way out of the apartments as well. In fact, he'll end up deciding to just toss it down. Overall, a very good setup.
That's a big, big swing of momentum here for Bad News Kangaroos. what a difference a couple of good rounds can make in a game where the CTs have no loss bonus, no cash to fall back on.
Yeah, Peasy got the pick out on the A side as well, so it kind of went right everywhere for Bad News Kangaroos. Gonna have to keep rolling through this half, though. I mean, Greyhound have built themselves a pretty sizable buffer with that 5-0 start.
Yeah. Anything on top of that, CT side here will be a bit of a bonus for them, really. The work's kind of already done on the CT side, to be honest. This goes down with the bomb, but 4 players surviving here is going to start to build up a little bit of a cash to fight for this half with on the side of Bad News Kangaroos. Greyhound, 2.4 loss bonus, so single eco going to be coming out for them. Alistair's got a little bit of extra cash as well, so orb can be put together for him if he wants. And really just eyes here on Greyhound, who regularly, routinely win rounds with just a couple of guns that they have no business winning. Ins boosted up onto the B sight box. And second rifle, as we can see, in the hands of Liaz here. 1-3-1 for Bad News Kangaroos. Very safe, very stock standard anti-eco. Bit of util pressure into mid and B apartments.
Very patient stuff from Bad News Kangaroos here, working their way through mid quite slowly. Recognizing the importance of this round and not wanting to lose to one of those saved weapons. Good trade in the end onto Liaz. And the other M4's over on B, as we've just seen highlighted, so not likely that there's going to be too much more happening here. Brace does get kind of booked, though, by Alistair with a drive-by USP. And that was the bomb. So again, Bad News Kangaroos will just slow things down a little bit here and make sure that they can cross the T's, dot the I's, and finish things off. Largely coming down again to Hats and Hazza, who seem to have been the two to make the difference in a few of these rounds now for Bad News Kangaroos.
Only anti-eco, but a 4K for Hazza. Bit of a confidence builder for him. And another buy here coming out for Greyhound. Like I said, Alistair gets the AWP out, and the extra kill he got in the last round gets him a smoke. Pretty limited in terms of kits here for Greyhound, so that could actually come back to bite them in the mid to late round. Quick jump into underpass, spotted out by PC. So Addict's got to keep that in the back of his mind as the B defaulter. It's actually the swing. Double swing on middle here for Greyhound. Hat's able to trade out deck site. They're storming out A here, Bad News Kangaroos. This is very disjointed this round.
Dexter had no idea by the looks of things that Brace was out on A. He was still looking at main, but Inns and Alistair have been able to lock it down, and so now it sort of comes down to Addict finding a timing to get into the B site. Has crept into T Apps as well. Wasn't spotted by Liaz on that timing, and if he shift walks the whole way, they might actually be able to make it out onto B. Inns is coming across to try to hold on to that. Important for him to at least survive. But Addict now more or less has control of the site, so they can at least play this post-plant 2-on-3 now.
Remember though, no kit for the CTs here. So they are on a bit of a timer, and with how far away they are, it's going to take a little bit of footwork to get back into the site.
Yeah, cheeky position as well for Addict. Not going to be cleared by Alice. That will be the freebie. And Inns goes down as well. Great stuff from Addict. Just onto Liaz once again, who just seems to be continually put in these unwinnable scenarios. Another 1v2. And it won't go his way. So Bad News Kangaroos are coming back with a vengeance.
Just perfect crosshair placement for Addict. Puts himself next to the little fridge in the corner there. Spot that often will go unchecked. See Inns posted up, waiting for the market aggression. Wasn't ready for Addict's timing, and you can just cast your mind back. Remember just how deep he was in apps compared to his teammate. I think that kind of caught them off guard on the timing. That he made it across market, perhaps. Half buyout for Greyhound. They're able to pick one of these up on Nuke. So can't count them out here.
Well, Hazard's even been tagged by the scout now, so that's definitely a retrievable AK. Hazard will have to fall off the line. It's a small win for Greyhound, but small wins can turn into big things.
Just pushes everywhere. B Apartments aggression catches one. Dexter's deep in Palace. There's always a CT in the position that you don't want to be seeing.
Trying to clear out Palace and underneath balcony. Still got to be worried about Alistair sitting around on default. Nade's going to go into Sandwich, which was already clear, so no value out of that one for Bad News Kangaroos. They still haven't spotted Alistair. No one has looked at Alistair. Finally, Brace sees him, and he'll actually be able to double down onto Inns, who was in CT as well. 2-on-3 to negotiate for Brace and a very wounded Hazard. Still got to be a little bit worried about these players coming from all directions, but somehow Bad News Kangaroos are just getting through this one by the skin of their teeth. It feels like they're playing zombies or something, Pilski, because they've got all these creepy crawlies coming from all over the place, and they're just turning on a dime and finishing them all off, and it does result in a round victory for Bad News Kangaroos, but that was, I gotta be honest, not super convincing.
Real messy. Real messy. Got it done, though. Didn't lose against the Force Buy, and with the cash, I mean, I don't think those kills are really going to matter too much at the end of the game here. Liaz, only one with the kit here as the B site anchor. Going to be a bit of a pace change. These worked out well on Nuke here for Bad News Kangaroos. Quick A site timing coming out here. Shotgun AWPing from Alistair, needs to connect. What a nade from Inns into Palace, though. I think that was a collat into a nade, and then the shotgun AWP. That's just an instant shutdown from Alistair. Another one for his highlight reel, mate.
Yep, not much you can do about that one, just individual brilliance. Another round back for Greyhound, but it maybe comes a little bit later than they would have liked it to have. Because this could have been a huge half from Greyhound with that 5-0 lead. In the best case scenario, they'll have a 7-5.
Be a pretty close half no matter which way you split it. Let's see what Bad News Kangaroos have come up with. Gotta be quick smokes into the middle. It's like every time they can scale out into a site, they find success, but when they're getting disrupted in the chokes, it's been quite difficult for them to deal with. And same approach here for Greyhound. Close position on the AWP. Next up, pushing up. Does actually find Hats, who might have been trying to take a shot at Alistair there, unfortunately. And now you can see Bad News Kangaroos, they know they've lost space towards A. Hazard feels like he has to go back and take that, but with the bomb, if he loses his life over there, it's going to be very bad news for the Kangaroos.
Well, luckily, there's nobody there to actually dissuade him. But he has gone very deep into A main, hasn't he?
Yeah, they kind of have to end A now, is the consequence of that. You feel pressure here for Addict. Trying to keep the rotations honest. And you can see already Greyhound are quite happy to trend towards B because Dexter is deep in Palace.
It's a good position to be in for sure. Resmoke onto A main. Seems like the timing on that is going to be pretty good. But Bad News Kangaroos have dug Dexter out of his position. And on that timing as well, Hazard just walks through the smoke at A main, which Alistair was not expecting at all. He was jump spotting Con. Good case of the timings here for Bad News Kangaroos. Double molly into jungle as well is going to mean there's no rotation from that direction. They can focus on CT, which turns out to be a pretty good plan from Bad News Kangaroos. That shooting gallery gets the better of both Liaz and Inns, and it's now just Vexite who would have to pull off a 1v4. And with 6 bullets remaining in the M4, I definitely have my reservations as to whether or not that is going to be possible. We'll get the reload off. Little flash up into the air above the A site. But still no swing. Nothing being given by Bad News Kangaroos. And as soon as the fight is taken, it's a 2-on-1. So, Greyhound actually let that go back to 6 apiece.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. ein Wohnzimmer delen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
So, hanging in the balance at the end of the first half, 6-6 is the scoreline, which might not be what you would have expected if you watched the first 5 rounds there. It was 5-0 for Greyhound. Bad News Kangaroos, though, did quite a good job to bring it back. Now a big pistol ahead for them if they want to try to close this out 2-0.
Yeah, moving on to the CT side, their map pick. I think they're going to be feeling pretty confident. Hazard's having a pretty impeccable map for himself. Would love to see PZ start to get warmed up, though. CT side AWP's going to be needed. And he's even had some pretty massive games on this map against Greyhound in the past. Smoke to top con. 4 players on the T side creeping straight through middle, boost up into window. Has actually found Dexter some space over here. Murder Hall vent is not broken either. This A split looking quite deadly. And PZ's dead to rights already.
In saying that, you do have 3 players on this bomb site, so still a chance to hold on for Bad News Kangaroos, but PZ instantly dispatched off, and now it's really on to Addict to land a couple more shots. He's just going to get absolutely wrecked by Vexite. One thing that seems to have been a bit of a struggle for Bad News Kangaroos today has been the pistols. Greyhound looking to lock in another one here.
High-low. Looking real deadly. Hazard doesn't want any of that. He wants to try to bait Dexter into peeking a little wider. And it's insane that he's even able to get away with that. Had's able to swing in for another. That setup has not worked.
Oh, no!
No, you don't. Oh, he's got no kit, Jordan. Oh, my God.
It was just getting exciting. It was like, hey, they might actually win this 2v4. And then...
Honestly, I love it. You know, that's just the classic Asia OCS that we all know and love.
Yeah.
You know, it's not perfect, and that's why we love it. Perfect CS is boring. Chaos and mistakes are exciting. Spaghetti everywhere.
It's true.
Shooting your teammates in the back of the head. That's a bit of a difference maker, though, for Greyhound. Although, has to be said, as you mentioned at the end of the last half, a 5-1 for Greyhound to kick things off. So once again, they're starting the half strong. Going to be going into an anti-eco here. and it's up to the Kangaroos to respond. And they've looked, I have to say, quite resilient in both of the games so far. So I wouldn't put it past them. U2 all thrown by Dexter here. It's a one-man A execution with Ins just applying pressure from Palace, trying to pull rotations away from the B site, and Greyhound are just going to walk straight into B for free here.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, Bad News Kangaroos, probably not going to be seeing too much from them in this half just yet. Dexter clearing out the A bomb site, bit of janitorial duty from him. Working out pretty well, actually. And they're confident enough to say to the 3 players over toward B, look, we've killed 3 on A. Maybe there's 2 on B, but realistically speaking, you should be able to get that one done pretty comfortably. And so they will. Alistair planting the bomb. And that'll be an 8th for Greyhound.
It's PZ all alone. See if he can take just one more gun. Or even one to begin with, to be fair. Not going to have AWP in the opening gun round, unfortunately. 5 alive for Greyhound. Great result for them. Not really investing in any lackluster weapons to complete that anti-eco either, even though they knew there was likelihood that Bad News Kangaroos wouldn't force round 2. Especially not on Mirage CT side. So they were quite happy to not really farm up too much anti-eco and just look towards the first gun round, which will unfold before us. I think the window smoke's missed. Yeah, window smoke's missed there for Greyhound. It must be us at this point, Jordan.
A little bit of a caster curse. Attic spots Vexite. So already a bit of a start that favours Bad News Kangaroos into the first gun round of the second half. Yeah. Has the Greyhound lads milling around a little bit, wondering what to do now.
Ins is trying to be real sneaky over on sandwich side here. Trying to open something up. Probing in towards underpass as the A pick. There through. Now trying to apply in the middle of the map. It's a lot of tools. Doing a lot of damage from column, might change that.
Hats is looking to make an impact here and really can't. Liaz has been able to escape through the tunnel. So it's on to PC, whose timing is not quite going to be good enough. Dexter was already out by Palms, and so he'll pick that kill up. And a round that looked pretty good for Bad News Kangaroos initially has kind of gone the other way. That might be the straw that breaks the camel's back here for Bad News Kangaroos, though. Let's see what Hats can do. 8 bullets available. 1v1's available as well, but wasn't too sure exactly where Liaz was, and so ends up showing the back of his head to Dexter.
Yeah, I mean, Liaz taking a lot of damage there earlier in the round. Hats was well aware that he scurried back into underpass, so the high percentage, the least risky play for Liaz is to go back through T-spawn around ramp side there and meet up with his teammate, which is why Hats is looking for that, and Dexter punishing him on the cross. Unfortunate. Man advantage from Bad News Kangaroos in that last round, earned from that classic play we've seen used to disrupt defaults, just a quick flash and the con player charging out mid and looking for the opening pick. I mean, it worked well, but they weren't able to consolidate the 4-on-5, and now they find themselves on a half bar yet again.
No connection this time from Hats. Greyhound really starting to stream ahead here in the second half of Mirage, so Addict has got something to say about that, and the Molotov doing a bit of damage there to Liaz is starting to make him feel a bit uncomfortable. So too the kills that are filtering through on that kill feed. Ins and Alistair to try to save the day here, and it's almost deserved for Bad News Kangaroos to pick a round like this up, but they suffered a loss in one of them like this on Nuke. That said, Greyhound working hard to keep it alive.
So hardly working. They're just kind of sitting in the positions that they already had and waiting for the CTs to peek them.
Oh,
and unfortunately, in Addict's case, it doesn't really connect a whole lot, but he does tag them up a lot. No, there was multiple opportunities, Jordan. It had to be said.
Yep.
The 4v2, multiple players just walking into T-side crosshairs, trying to find timings to pick the Ts, and then those last two POVs, we don't speak of them. Either way, it's good damage from Bad News Kangaroos, despite a missed opportunity. And they go into their first full gun round here. Orbs out on PZ. Util's looking good. Let's see what they can do. They've done a lot of damage to that T-side economy, so the window is open for a comeback, but they've got to be able to make sure that they can consolidate these 5-on-4s. Man advantage situations. Again, it's a mid-pinch in the early round of 1-3-1 from the CT side, and Attic looking for that opening pick, but Alistair will not oblige. Oh, the nades, though. They double nade stack up on the tap. That's beautiful.
He's got himself one as well. Inns has also been spotted out. Looking pretty good for Bad News Kangaroos in this round. So it's going to be boosted up and well timed on the peak from Addict. Good spray down, gets both in the end.
Synergy between Brace and Addict is impeccable. Just the flash timings in the early to mid round. I mean, this is what this Vertex Bad News Kangaroos core does best. Brace gathering the info, not giving Inns of all players the duel in a 1-on-4. Because they've probably been 1-on-4'd by him multiple times in the past. The respect has been earned at this point.
Yeah, and just imagine that previous round had gone the way of Bad News Kangaroos. It would be actually quite a close scoreline. You know, 9-7, and that gets turned to 9-8.
Still could be, though. They took a fair few guns away. They need to make sure they don't lose too many guns to Inns here. It's really important that he doesn't get 1 or 2. And nice little swing from Hazard is going to close it out. Addict, after a quieter map in the previous, starting to get himself warmed up. And Hazard and Addict, has to be said, have been the standout from this core in the last little bit. And once again, putting in the work here. So all of that damage I was talking about, all of that economic damage in the last round, sorry, the round number 16 we're talking about on the half bite. Let's look at the money here for Greyhound. No cash, util is quite sparse, Dexter down on the Tech 9. Here's your opportunity, Bad News Kangaroos, for an economic reset and to try to make this double digits.
Molotov will keep Greyhound out of the apartments early on.
Oh, Dexter's missed a smoke in middle as well. I think it was an attempt at a top con smoke that's gone awry, and he's still going to try and get up short anyway.
Well, Nate's going to do a bit of a chip damage there, and Hazard holding on for a couple. He'll still be feeling the pressure as there's a couple more members filtering their way towards B, but dancing around pretty nicely and helped out by Addict. Looking like a good hold over toward B. Addict confident on the swing onto Inns as well. We'll secure 10-8.
I mean, Hazard doing 300 odd damage there on the hold. Great anchoring work from him, and Addict's getting 2 and some change as well. That is going to break the T-side economy here, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. That was a pretty clean CT gun round, Jordan. Now we're going into an anti-eco. It's 10-9 with a good CT economy behind you. Very winnable. Very, very winnable. And it's interesting, you know, we're used to saying that Greyhound is the team that looks so convincing on gun rounds as they go for a palace pop and try to get this ball plant down. I dare say they've already got it.
Yep.
But I have to say, the gun rounds this series have looked much more convincing from the Kangaroos, actually. Nuke included.
Well, let's just hope that they can get through this round without something going awry. Looks to be pretty well in hand. Has been having a very good series. 21-11 on this map as well. Alongside Addict, this is almost the way you'd want to be seeing things going. But maybe you'd like to see a little bit more from PZ on the AWP, particularly on Mirage. But if Hazard and Addict are having a good day, it does feel like that is going to be a recipe for success for BNK.
Yeah. I think PZ is definitely, I mean, the last little bit, I think the year before last, I might have said, wow, this is a bit of a shocking performance from PZ, but really has not been the same power level that he was in 22, I believe it was, as of late. He's going to jump his way down into middle. Try to play this disruptive line with the AWP behind the smoke. It's a bit of a slower round here for Greyhound. Going to apply some util pressure here towards A. Wall of smoke across the right side of the A site thrown by Dexter. This will try to create some space in middle so that the underpass players can come up and maybe try to go for a pick or boost into windows, something along those lines. And it looks like they may try to turn this into an A split here.
will be contending with 3 players on the A site. Though they'll know the position of a couple
Ooh,
unless...
That's unlucky. That is
Yeah.
unlucky.
That's crazy. They're going to think Sandwich is clear. See what Addict can do with that. In the meanwhile, Hats has already found Vexite, who was creeping in past the murder hole. Addict almost certainly gets a free kill here. And Will just executes Dexter, who's thinking, how? So, Greyhound are going to have to go back to plan B, and PZ will spot that out early. Gets a little bit of chip damage in there as well, but more importantly, the information keeps himself alive. Ins lurked
go back
out
A.
through the smoke. Indeed.
The question is, where is Addict, though? They knew he was Sandwich. Inns is looking for him. They haven't cleared ramp. They're well aware that ramp is dirty here, but will he find the timing regardless?
Well, they're not watching it at the moment.
Safe plant.
I think he knows that they know. So he doesn't really want to do anything just yet. PZ will work out through jungle. Gets the smoke into the palace position, which will help out. Inns is going to be locked behind that for the moment, and Bad News Kangaroos will start to speed things up. Alistair knocks the head off, and now it's just on to Addict. They almost lined up for him, but he's going to have to deal with Inns as well, and this puts him in a precarious spot, stuck between a rock and a hard place, and Bad News Kangaroos can't quite find that equalizing round just yet.
Yeah, missed opportunity, has to be said, but also still taking guns away from Greyhound. 1900 loss bonus, 3 guns taken away. And as I mentioned before, Bad News Kangaroos have done a fantastic job of building up this CT economy. So still anyone's game here. The reset potential is real. You just have to realize it. Smoking into window, pace being set this time by Greyhound as Addict B hops across. He's spotted out. PZ does get a pick there. Starting to get on the board. Repeats for a second off the back of Hatz's flash. That is a big impact round from the Quiet Orpa.
Yep. Molly's certainly doing a lot of the disruption duty as well there at the top mid boxes. So Greyhound have to revert back to a 3-on-5.
Yeah, 10 seconds into the round, losing multiple players top mid is not where it's at. How do they reconcile this? Bad News Kangaroos giving them absolutely nothing. All pinned back to their half of the map. Brace sitting in Ninja. Retake positions on jungle ticket. Backside side of B. There will be no opportunities in mid for Greyhound to find a pick. But with that being said, that does present some opportunities as this short split starts to be considered here for Greyhound.
Hazard giving away his position. But you've still got Hats just patiently waiting. Greyhound are going to go into mid-window instead, and that hasn't worked out. I don't think challenging Addict at this point in time is going to be the way that you win this game. It seems like Addict and Hazard barely putting a foot wrong. Certainly not when they have the rifles in hand, at least.
That's 5 alive, and that is going to break Greyhound's economy. Vexite saving the AK, but luckily he's got $1,500 anyway, so after a single save, it will be a buy up in round number 23 here for Greyhound, no matter which way you swing it. But Bad News Kangaroos, make no mistake about it, guys, they are favored to 2-0 here. The CT economy is looking impeccable.
Don't count your chickens before they hatch. It's been good, but will it be good enough? So many times you see teams in positions to beat Greyhound and then just faltering at the final hurdle. Bad News Kangaroos haven't won this map just yet.
Vexite with the AK in con is the player to keep an eye on. As this A pressure starts to come in, PZ, will he strike while the iron's hot again? It's Addict once again, swinging on full confidence, top side a triple. This man has no fear right now, and I don't blame him.
He's got another one. 24 and 14 now for Addict. He's overtaken Hazard. And I mean, the other thing is, like, it feels like PZ's starting to have a bit of impact as well with that AWP. So...
He had a round. I'll give him that. He had a round. But
tough one for Greyhound now.
Being honest about it, this does feel like a 2v5.
Will the 2v5 be enough? Is the big question. Now he's going to blow open the smoke for PZ to have a bit of a look into mid. Doesn't see too much there. Still molly into the top mid box as an insurance. And Addict this time will be caught off by a couple of members set up, waiting for him.
It's a double-edged sword sometimes. It's good when it's working the majority of the game, but in the make or break last couple of rounds of the half, you find yourself in a 4v5, and this is where the players who have been a bit quieter this game have to step up. PZ in particular going to have a couple of chances at finding a shot here. How's the flash looking for Greyhound though? Alistair does a peg one over the top, and that's a mistake. As Leaz loses his life, it's another swing. And a ding from Dexter.
PZ just can't get off the van in time. Hats will find a pretty good pick on short, though, onto Vex side, and braces quite quickly across, at least into market, which will allow an easy rotating from Hazard, though. Sharp shot from Ins. And it's a 3v2 post plant with Bad News Kangaroos locked out of the B bomb site. They've got plenty of money. There's no reason not to go for it.
Yeah, Brace was thinking about a save. Always playing the percentages, but a 2-on-5 despite a retake from market is what they have to go for here.
Well, they're going to have to move quickly. Hazard going to have to get that molly in. He's going to use it. Could go back toward bench van. Try to isolate something, but not tossed in the end. And Dexter gets himself the first. Alistair will trade it down. 12-11 now for Greyhound. Really still hanging in the balance. OT definitely on offer for Bad News Kangaroos.
Has to be. Otherwise, this one's just going to slip through their fingers. Two good starts for Greyhound, and Bad News Kangaroos definitely putting in the foot in the door of a 2-0 there, but could unfortunately realize it. Double AWP this time from the Kangaroos. Hazard's going to post one of those up in the apartments, and the other in middle does actually strike. That's another pick from PZ in from Connector. And now the Kangaroos just got to play the 5v4. They've got this B apps line. This is a very good position for the CT side here, Jordan. They've got so much info on B. They can lean quite heavily towards middle and A, with a man advantage to boot.
Yeah, looking good indeed. Things will slow down a little bit for Greyhound as they explore their way into mid. PZ might have another chance here, though. Alistair is looking for Kim and will catch him. So we're back to 4-on-4. And Hats has allowed Alistair into the connector as well. Didn't quite get on that line on the timing. Still batches of Dexter, and now it's on to Addict, who is in all sorts of trouble by forcing him to change up his position. He'll go for the swing on to Leaz, but Alistair finishes it off. Now it's Hazard, drive-by with the AWP, maybe. 2-on-1. What can he do here? Can he deny the bomb plan somehow? Shot through the box. Won't land. Nade over the top, also unable to do any damage, and that is that. Alistair will get it done. It is 13-11, and Greyhound will win map 2. A good attempt from Bad News Kangaroos, but unfortunately, close enough is not good enough in this case.
Yeah, missed opportunity, and look, that 5-on-4 in the last round hurts them the most. I mean, PZ gets that pick top middle. They're feeling good about things, but that was just an Alistair round if I've ever seen one. Abuses the left eye, right eye pick to pick up PZ top con. And Alistair, after getting that first pick, he never presses S. He only sees W, just runs up con and 4Ks and gets that one done there for Greyhound. So we will get a third map after all, and I dare say that one might go the full 24 rounds as well.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing about this map that is coming up, Inferno, it is the map that Bad News Kangaroos was able to take away from Greyhound in the Asia RMR. So precedent set that maybe it is on offer still for Bad News Kangaroos. We'll have to find out, though, when we do come back for map 3. Welcome back on into the IEM Chengdu 2024 OSA Close Qualifier. We are about to jump into map number 3 between Bad News Kangaroos and Greyhound. It's going to be an interesting one, Pilski. I don't know if we even expected necessarily to be needing 3 maps tonight, but they've been 2 pretty competitive maps so far, and Bad News Kangaroo with the precedent set that they can beat Greyhound on this map means it's all to play for.
I feel like from that game and the last 2 that we saw, I feel like Bad News Kangaroos right now could beat Greyhound on any given map. They have really shown that. They have the potential to do so in this series alone. So let's see if they can repeat their victory last time around. Was a pretty well-rounded performance from all the lads, but Addicton has a leading from the front last time in their victory. See if we can see a similar thing again. In this case, though, Greyhound. Smoke from bottom side of T-Stairs going to be over onto top mid. See if they're going to get walk explode through that. Greyhound just denying information to Hazard as they start to make some moves into apartments. This could definitely turn into an apps bust as Alistair gets a secondary smoke ready for, I'm assuming, Moto, but it seems like that has actually gone on the roof.
Yep. Well, it's just one of the new Inferno things that people are still getting used to. And Hazard having already struck for a kill, PZ alongside him. Things are looking okay on the A site right now for Bad News Kangaroos, though you'd expect Hazard should get chased down by the numbers, which will be an eventuality in the end. That said, double dualies for the retake alongside Brace with a little pop flash potentially for Addict and Hats. You'll still see this one being in the wheelhouse for Bad News Kangaroos.
Well, I think we're going to see the second apps explode of the round here on the retake.
Well, speaking of the flash, when does that get tossed in? Looks like it'll go early and flash out Vexite, which makes for an easy one from Addict. Hats in there as well to try to clear things out of Pit. Now down to the 1v1. Brace needing to land just one shot, and that's all that will be required, as it is a headshot. Defuse is on just in time, and it will be Bad News Kangaroos who pick up the pistol round win.
So big win there for Greyhounds. For Bad News Kangaroos, might I say, rather, and they've gotten their CT side economy off to a good start. But on the other hand, as we often say, bomb plant there for the T side. Going to allow them to play up into this next round. A couple of kills to boot as well means that Galil's come out, AK Armor. Fair bit of util here on Dexter and Liaz, who go down to Deagles.
Inferno used to be a stomping ground for Greyhound, but obviously a lot has changed.
I mean, old Inferno used to be their pick in every best of 3 series without a doubt every single time.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, at this point, you can kind of consider it almost a new map. There's a lot of nuances that have changed up, and obviously with a new IGL in there as well, that may change things too for Greyhound. And it's a good start into round 2 for Bad News Kangaroos with Hats getting those couple of kills onto the MP9. Extra cash in the bank, love to see it. And this round is looking phenomenal from
Domination.
Bad News Kangaroos.
Anti-force has gone perfectly. Greyhound flashing their way back into Banana on the timing. Dexter, 1-on-5 prospect with the Deagle. You can see just how low Hats is here. Underarm flash is going to catch him full bite. This is a bit of a high-low, unintentional high-low. Hold on, elbow spotted though. Dexter knows there's at least one on the boost.
Well, not anymore. Hats has gotten back to safety around the corner. It'll be Hazard for the swing in the end, and PZ forced to trade. Gun for Hats, no upgrade. So still not a bad round for Bad News Kangaroos, particularly with the knowledge in mind that Greyhound will be saving into this one. That MP9 is going to be more than serviceable in the hands of Brace.
Anti-eco time. Looking to build up the cash here. Just gorgeous coordination there from Bad News Kangaroos. Excellent little pop flash timing there for Hats. Puts them in pole position, and then they punish both of the lurks on Carps and Mid. Dexter looking confident. He was the top performer for Greyhound when they did actually drop this map to Bad News Kangaroos in the RMR Best of 1 upper bracket game. RMR Qual. Banana control taken here yet again. A position that Hats is all too familiar with, at times even in this Greyhound court.
Well, Inns has got a flash. Dexter's got a deagle. Liaz has a P250. Can they conjure some kind of magic with that? I have my doubts. But PZ in a bit of an awkward spot now. Just going to have to hightail it out. Gets out okay. Greyhound not interested in heading in his direction. Would rather go toward the A side itself, which is not the place to be. Addicts and Hazza have a very nice firing squad set up in the pit there, and it'll be 5 guns alive at the end of round 3 for Bad News Kangaroos. So this is about as good of a start as you could hope for.
Yeah. Usually you see the jungle wrap anti-eco from the T's because pistols are not really good in a lot of those tools. So Greyhound running the eco round into the jungle wrap. You can see why that doesn't work out too well for them. Especially when you don't catch the jungle side player on the rotation. Going to be banana control, the name of the game yet again here for Bad News Kangaroos. Bit of disruptive utility from the T side, but they will forfeit control for the time being. A lot of util invested early round here from the Kangaroos. Deep smoke down middle, smokes into banana, and a Molotov into second mid, but In still takes one through the smoke on banana here.
Oh, Brace, he still wants to play aggressive, doesn't he?
I mean, what's he going to fall back on? He's got no util MP9 armor. So if he plays this one stock standard default, he's probably going to lose the round anyway.
What gun did Hats have? Rifle. Not going to matter. Won't be retrievable for Brace one way or the other. And Bad News Kangaroos, I guess at this point we'll be playing Inferno. And that is to say they've lost control of one side of the map, so they're just going to chill on the other side of the map and basically let Greyhound have this round. Unless Greyhound decides to go A for some reason. Would be a pretty surprising choice.
Sometimes happens. Inns is basically money manning here, backed up by Dexter. They're just trying to work out what's going on, basically, and now that they see no one's B, that's where the bomb is going to trend as well. No reason to take any real risks from Greyhound here. Just playing the percentages, taking their time, working the map. And they're going to know this is a 3-man save towards a site, but the T's are not incentivized to hunt in this situation too much due to the fact that their money is worse than the CT side. So Greyhound setting up the net here. It does seem like they actually are interested in hunting. If they don't trade favorably here, though, it might not be so great for their T-side economy. Like if they lose 2 or 3 guns here, it could be bad. It's started off well. Done that very well, trading 1 for 3. And you can see the patience really paid off for them. They slowly encroach the map, just take good spacing, good map territory, and in that case, that's worked out beautifully from them. CT's not able to defend the hunt very well at all there, unfortunately. And so Greyhound taking 3 guns away from the CT side here. They actually open up a pretty big reset window here. They can break the money of Bad News Kangaroos here in round number 5. They could be on for a bit of a tear on this T side.
Deep mid-smoke from Bad News Kangaroos. Going to try and get up to some funny business here. But it looks like Greyhound want to fight that. And it hasn't worked out for Greyhound at all. Addict ends up getting a 2 for 1. Hazza maybe lucky to get away with his life, to be honest. It could have been close to a 2 for 2 trade. But the fact that Hazza has survived has meant that Bad News Kangaroos come out of that one ahead.
Yep, but having a man advantage doesn't necessarily mean you're taking the round on Inferno. CT side. PZ given a lot of responsibility here on the aggressive line. AWP over towards Banana. G-nade on the boost. Easy, nice one from PZ. Going to drop himself a Molotov for safety as well, further extending the advantage for the CT side. So Kangaroos looking like they'll avoid reset potential here and keep this game relatively close unless Greyhound can make anything happen in the 2-on-4. Which is very doable. The double pit setup is a safe one for sure, especially Hazza, low HP on the MP9, baiting for Brace. It's a cute setup that the T's may not be ready for.
Vexside and Inns both tagged up as well, so it's not out of the realms of possibility that Hazza could get a bit of damage done himself. Molly deep into pit. Not going to clear out this position. Vexside's been spotted. bit of damage there to Inns as well. Not sure where that ended up coming from. They're watching for Brace. They knew there was someone else somewhere. It ends up actually being a 1-for-1 trade, but Vexite is activating. And all of a sudden the round is really thrown into chaos.
This would be an ace for Vexite. 1v2. No kit on PZ, trying to retake this with an AWP. No idea where this T is positioned.
One Molotov to play with, but probably not going to be too useful. So it's really onto PZ to just figure out where on earth could Vexite be. Is he going to check? Surely he's going to check. He's looking. He spotted him. And it'll be the round for Bad News Kangaroos by the skin of their teeth. Could have been a lot cleaner, though. That was a 2v4 that comes down to a 1-on-1. So it ends up being quite expensive for Bad News Kangaroos in the end, largely thanks to Vexite.
Yeah, and Vexite getting those kills, putting down the bomb. Gives Greyhound the opportunity to reset the CT money. Put them on double eco potentially here. Surely Vexite can drop an AK. No, he's going to give an AWP to Alistair. So they want the T-side AWP here. It's a pretty big swing round. See what we're going to get. Looking like, once again, banana control seems to be the name of the game for the CT side, but heavy disruption here for Greyhound. Disruptive utility, and Inns makes his way very deep up on half wall here. See Bad News Kangaroos ready with that pop flash timing yet again. Hats gets sent in, but doesn't find anything.
He's still looking. Wasn't expecting Inns close on his right. They won't do enough damage to find the trade. So it is just down to Brace now again to try to hold on to this B site with the MP9. He's getting some reinforcements across, and Smoke's a pretty nicely timed one. Greyhound have just decided to go straight through that, and they've gone straight into the blender. Hazard and Brace, with the MP9s doing more than is expected, have actually put this into a winnable position again for Bad News Kangaroos. 2-on-2 retake. Addict and PZ to try to save the day.
Deep line from Alistair on con side, though. Needs to be something that they're cognizant of, but they've got to pick up the pace. No kits here for the CT side.
Yep. A couple of flashes for PZ, but not going to have anyone to flash in but himself. And in the back of his mind might be now starting to think about saving this AWP. The MP9's almost got it done. Brace needed maybe just one more kill there, but I think he ran out of bullets. And so Greyhound will get their second. Scoreline 4-2 though for Bad News Kangaroo is still not a bad spot to be in, but you're getting the sense that Greyhound are finding their way back into this map.
I'm interested to see what they do here on the side of the Kangaroos. The MP9s made their money look a lot better than you thought it would be, but Addict is still nonetheless double eco, so indeed they will force buy around the saved AWP. Try to give this one a crack. Only one player surviving for Greyhound as well, which means that their money is a little bit lackluster. 1900 loss bonus for either one of these teams. Not going to be in a comfortable position for either team, no matter which way you swing it, if you're dropping this round. Not really too much util to control Banana here. It's just Brace all on his lonesome, applying that util pressure, and it's a pretty big stack on the A side of the map here for Bad News Kangaroos. Anticipating some kind of jungle push here. Double smoke. Top mid smoke and a jungle smoke here for Greyhound. Oh dear.
Yeah, well, that's not going to help.
That might just be a save.
I'd say so.
That's a save.
But even in saying that, Bad News Kangaroos have made this decision already once in the half, and Greyhound ended up trying to hunt him down and being largely quite successful in doing so. So I don't know that Bad News Kangaroos is going to have an easy time of keeping these guns alive.
Yeah, Leaz has this deep info line on second mid. Knows that likely no one is in second mid or has made their way towards T apartments. Dexter's already making his way through murder holes, so we'll see if they do actually try to actively hunt. Dexter's already making his way to Carps. No one's pushing CT side though for Greyhound yet. So it doesn't really look like they're interested this time. Maybe they know, I mean, they know how bad the money is. They know they're basically hunting down pistols and MP9s, and just the AWP would really be the only grand prize. So Greyhound here opting to instead as you can see, their money is also a little on the shaky side. Just max guns here with the bomb plant, and that should give them enough cash to continue through the majority of this half, no matter what happens. So full save here from the Kangaroos. They're just going to re-roll this round, give it another crack. And then with the 2.4, they can buy up into the next one. So we'll see what they can put together here.
I wonder if PZ can find a way to have an early impact in this round. Looking for something in mid and into the apartments as well. But there'll be a nade to greet him. Minus 50 HP for PZ, or close to it at least. Lots of nade usage actually from Greyhound early in this round.
Yeah. Double airstrike on Boiler, triple airstrike towards main. Progression Molotov isolates Hats now. Pop flash is perfectly timed from Brace yet again. The amount of effective flashes he's had so far in this series has been insane.
PZ. Last line of defense over toward the A bomb site at the moment, but that is not where the offensive is going. And it's going to be Hats that'll lose his life to Alistair. Kangaroos. They're trying to push their way into Banana, and indeed will be successful in doing so.
Brace has just single-handedly won them that round with the flash timing. Absolutely picture perfect. And the chain smokes lock Greyhound out of Banana for the foreseeable future. Double AWP picked up by the Kangaroos and 2 upgrades to an AK. Massive economy swing as they move up towards 5-3. So that save in round number 7 ends up being very fruitful. And it's exactly why you've seen the popularity of this kind of save plays on this map in particular, but especially at the end of Go. And a lot of people theory crafted that with MR12 coming in and less rounds, that saves were going to be even more important.
Double AWP for Bad News Kangaroos. And once again, the early mid-smoke from Bad News Kangaroos. This time they're not actually going to push in off the back of it.
Log smoke as well. Easy on this deep apps line. With the player in Windows as well, that's Addict. He's been so active, so aggressive in Windows in second mid, and he's had such a great success rate. Yet another opening kill for the Rifler. Great crosshair placement from Liaz, though. Able to pick up PZ before he can even react. And Addict re-aggressing in this 4-on-4.
Yeah, the flash.
Beautiful pop flash. Oh.
Good coordination between Addict and his teammates with the flashes behind him. You sort of highlighted that on Mirage as well, between Brace and Addict. This time it was Hazza and Addict. In any case, Greyhound have decided to go Arch side, but they haven't yet decided which bomb site they want to end up going to. Seems it will be A. That's a good shot from Dexter to start things off. Now it's just Addict who... Oh, he doesn't really seem to be missing too much either. And gives Dexter a piece of his own medicine. How about that from Addict? Another one. And he is getting it ready to get all 5 kills in this round. Just Alistair left alive here for Greyhound, but he has managed to get the plant down. Addict is on the hunt, but it'll be Race in the end to find the frag. So ace denied, but round picked up by Bad News Kangaroos, and they will maintain quite a hefty lead. 6-3 is going to be the scoreline.
Just incredible from Addict. That's why he looks like he might be the best rifler in this region at times. Obviously need to see way more of him overseas to really justify that, but at least domestically, I think you can make that argument. Greyhound in a weird position economically. Ins and Alistair a little bit poorer than the rest of the boys, but they're going to try to put it by together nonetheless. CT side economy not looking shaky whatsoever though. Reset potential not really there. Best you can see in that regard is Hazza, who would only have 3k if they drop this one. pace up Banana here. HE nade's going to absolutely destroy Greyhound as they make their way up. Dexter taking a big chunk. I thought they were going to be actually taking more damage than that, to be quite honest with you. But they've taken banana control nonetheless, and they're going to start trading down utility with the CT side. I say that, but look at that. Bad News Kangaroos, they don't... The single smoke to main, they don't even throw any counter util. And even a flash over the top from Ins there baits out nothing.
Hazard's ready and waiting for this push on to A, and he's going to be helped out by his own Molotov and then Addict with a nade.
Jeez.
Doesn't look like Greyhound is going to be getting into A anytime soon. Addict copying a bit of aim punch there, but he's still able to recalibrate onto Ins. And again, it comes down to Alistair solo, but this time he's gotten an early pick, and he might get one more. Brace giving him the 1v1. We'll win it. 7-3. Bad News Kangaroos storming ahead now in the first half of the third map.
Yeah, no planners makes Greyhounds money. Insanity. Bad News Kangaroos basically winning yet another round with just utility and good crossfire. Perfectly timed molly over onto dig side. Lump that in with the HE nade, and basically 2 players from Greyhound die before the round even starts. Four players down mid. Aggression up against the force buy here for Greyhound. As they buy up into this one. Look at all of these players swinging out second mid. But look at the response from Greyhound, immediately calling the audible straight into PZ.
Well, the confidence is showing for Bad News Kangaroos. Molly going down is nice. PZ with a good flick, and Brace is there as the insurance to make sure that PZ survives at least as long as possible. Inevitably, Greyhound is going to get into that B bomb site. And it looks like they will also get a plant.
Planning for oranges here. Alistair trying to aggress on con side. Dexter picking up PZ's AWP. A lot of utility in play here for both teams. Molly on con side going to keep the CTs back for now.
Someone said he wins the race for Bad News Kangaroos. They're now ready to go for that retake. Hazard's got the info as to where Alistair is again. Ends up being a little bit too easy for B&K. Doesn't even really get super close, and that's going to be 8-3. One more round left to go in the half.
It's domination though, Jordan. Greyhound with the plant. Going to be given not the best buy in the world. Probably down to a couple of Galils if they want it after util to make the T side of Inferno work here. 15-5 from Addict. Having a hell of a game for himself. Which was the exact same case when they upset Greyhound last time as well. He had 100 ADR in that upper bracket win in the RMR qual. So history repeating itself here.
Pretty close map that one was, 13-10. So far, this one not looking too close. And Bad News Kangaroos would love to finish with a 9th for the half. Just to really sink the boot into Greyhound.
Util is very sparse on the T side already. Dexter trying to make a play up on jungle side. Waiting inside of the fading smoke. Carp's control taken here by Greyhound after applying a little bit of pressure towards the B side of the map. It does seem like it's going to be an A ending here, but Dexter punished for his little bit of an adventure up jungle side. Someone had to do something. They weren't going to get this round done the fair way. Most times, most Bad News Kangaroos made a bit of a misplay. So what did Greyhound do with naught but some bracket control and 4 pieces of util?
Well, they're going to try to end A by the looks of things, but I'm not sure that's going to be particularly kind to them. Again, with Addict being on that site. That's just had a little peek around as the smoke blooms. Doesn't see much. There's going to be a nade into the smoke as well from Brace. And it means that Vexite can't continue to progress. Eventually, as the smoke continues, he gets to push his way forward. But Addict is just not missing a single shot at the moment. And Brace is looking good too. That is 9-3 at the end of the half. Dominance from Bad News Kangaroos. Welcome back. It's the second half of map number 3, and Bad News Kangaroos are doing pretty well. 9-3, the lead here against Greyhound. And given that it is map 3, it is going to be the final half. So we might be seeing Greyhound get knocked down into the lower bracket once again.
Yeah, and bit of a fight over Banana here early on. 1-for-1 as Bad News Kangaroos just pinned back in towards T-Stairs for the time being. Deciding which direction they want to be going. They've smoked themselves out of Banana, so they kind of have to make some moves towards A here. See if they're going to find some space over there. I believe this would be only the second time ever that this core has beaten the Greyhound core in a best of 3. If it was to happen here in this upper bracket game.
Well, no better chance than the setup that they've given themselves off of that first half, though this pistol seeming to be a little bit more difficult to negotiate. Generally speaking, the pistols have been a little more favourable for Greyhound. They've definitely looked like the better pistoling team, but Braces hit himself a nice headshot there, and as they're getting the trade onto Dexter, we'll keep it at a 2-on-2. Gun rounds wise, I think we've both agreed that Bad News Kangaroos have looked a little bit more threatening there, but you'd really like to see them get the pistol here, and they might just actually end up swinging and taking the fight. It looks pretty good with Hats claiming 2 headshots, and that is double digits secured for Bad News Kangaroos, and that mountain continues to grow ever taller for Greyhound.
Almost certainly going to be a round 2 force here from Greyhound. They're so far behind, and it's CT side of Inferno. So that's what you'd be expecting to be seen. Maybe they want to play the long game. We'll see. No, out comes the force last minute. So this is what you're used to seeing. Pistols and armor. Scout comes out for Alistair. Try to stall out the round with some good uses of smokes and maybe some HE nades to soften up those targets, make them a little bit more palatable for the lackluster weapons. And his Kangaroos on the precipice of, as I mentioned before, their second time ever upsetting Greyhound. Last time it was on land that they won in some interesting circumstances, to say the least, to qualify for an overseas event. I remember casting that one. This time, I mean, it's only an online upper bracket game, so we'd still have to reserve our expectations for any kind of a grand final if it did actually end up happening. But it's still a pretty big win nonetheless for the Kangaroos with the addition of Hats, has to be said.
Yep, definitely some positive signs early on in the lifespan of this team. Or this iteration of the team, I should say.
It's crazy. You change, I mean, look, again, as I said, only an upper bracket game, but you change one player on each team, and this is the result you get. This is how competitive these teams are right now. It's crazy to me.
I mean, I'm not too surprised that Bad News Kangaroos is looking good with Hats. He's always been a player that I've rated. Even since he was removed from the Renegades roster, he always felt like someone that was having impact. And speaking of, Inns is certainly one of those players as well, but he'll end up losing his life, and it is just the sole defender on the site. Liaz! Double kill with the 5-7. I say just the sole defender, but if he can pull that off, then maybe this gets a bit more difficult for Bad News Kangaroos. So Hans and Hazza. Hazza now, who has been tagged down to a one-shot. They can't even get rid of Liaz. It's just going to be the full swing in from Greyhound. There's no winning this one for Hats. It's just impossible. He did a pretty good job of it, but at a certain point, there's just too many bodies that are going to get thrown at you. And so Greyhound will get themselves a cheeky pickup. Not to mention a couple of Galils as well.
Looks at one of many. Especially the Dexter iteration of Greyhound was known for comebacks and like some crazy, like rock solid mental at times. So definitely won't consider Greyhound out of this game by any means. The bomb plant there for Kangaroos. They get two AKs and a couple of digs. A little bit of util. Not the best buy you'd like to see on T side of Inferno. Not really many HE nades or mollies to help you try to progress and take map control. You have to rely on those flash timings and good duels being taken. Addict made incredibly uncomfortable over there at the room. Double nade straight on his head. Down he goes. Punished for trying to take any kind of space over towards Banana, and that's one of the AKs out of the equation, and a man disadvantage here for Bad News Kangaroos.
Might be a bit more of a difficult task to close this map out than Bad News Kangaroos had anticipated. Does seem like Greyhound aren't quite done yet. But there's a good shot from Hats. Hero AK. Been put to good use, and PZ also is chiming in with the Tech 9, so perhaps those pistols can have the impact that they did, but in the other direction. Or perhaps Liaz is just going to double down again, doing his best work from the pit, anchoring that A-bomb site really well. And even Hazza struggling to get that kill over the line, but able to survive on 1 HP as bullets weren't quite in the chamber for Liaz in the end. And that'll allow Bad News Kangaroos to get a plan on A. Brace is still sort of floating around, and ooh, this could actually work out really nicely for him. Vexside's gone well out in front. No head armor either, so MP9 is just going to charge through him. Dexter trying to win this one out against Brace. The 1v1, it's won by Dexter. Closer fair though.
Couple of plays keeping Greyhound in this one, giving them some lifelines. Money broken here for the Kangaroos. They're going to have to take a single save. Be nice for them to get a bomb plant on 2.4, but honestly, a full block save here would probably get you everything you could possibly want. Heading into round number 17. Good chance for Greyhound to build up some cash here. They're going to need it.
Vexside doing a bit of farming himself alongside Dexter. And that'll be all she wrote in that round for Bad News Kangaroos. Get it over and done with pretty quick smart. Fair enough.
Trying to... Oh, the MP9 is running up Nana, trying to shoot it. I don't think it would have made it anyway, even if he shot it perfectly. Okay. Orp comes out for Alistair. Still retaining 2 of those MP9s on Ins and Liaz. Quick walk towards carpet side here for Bad News Kangaroos, who apply some util pressure towards the B side of the map, trying to deny info to the CT side. Pop flash over the top from Dex side sets up Dexter to just take a little bit of a look into Banana. But an HE nade off the back of that pop flash does take a chunk out of Dexter and pushes him back, which means that this A timing could work out really well here into the double MP9.
Pop flash over the top. Did kind of catch Liaz, but In's been able to double down, and Alistair's there as well. It's a complete shutout on the A site from Greyhound. There will be no success here for the Bad News Kangaroos.
Yeah, just couldn't clean up Ins there at all. So that double MP9 looking pretty deadly. Brace gives Liaz a quick haircut. My barber's pretty fast, but that was, I think, faster. How many guns is too many guns lost, Jordan? 5? Never mind. All good.
Let's see if Brace can do a little bit more. Not this time around. Bad News Kangaroos might be starting to scratch their head a little bit. Finding it difficult to have any success here on the T side so far. Definitely headed in the same direction as that previous series, which ended up being a 13-10 scoreline. Quite a close result. The last couple of maps, as you can see there in the top right of your screen, both going 13-11. We've narrowly avoided the OTs in both of our previous maps in this series. And it does seem destined that map 3 is going to be quite a close one as well.
Banana control taken here by Dexter. Util going to keep the T's at arm's reach over on carpet side, but the hero 8K in PZ's hands opens things up towards jungle side. Now Alistair starting to get a little bit more nervous over on Dig. Liaz trying to be the rock of an anchor that he is. And the T's have to sit in Dig for the time being.
PZ see if he can work anything though with that AK. Unable to do so onto Dexter. Might not be expecting Vexite quite this close. Progressed in library. And it looks like Bad News Kangaroos will decide to reroute their way toward B.
I'm surprised Attic doesn't try to beat the Motley there. Gonna flash Dexter off the line over on Con's side. He knows he's got space to work with here. Brace has got himself an A1S as well. Dexter just playing that safe retake position. Trying to punish this T. Should he put a foot out of line? And Vexite caught one on the cross as well. Should be all she wrote. Nice sort of cleanup from Greyhound, who are definitely within touching distance of double digits now. The momentum firmly lies with them. At one point, this was 10-3 after the pistol anti-eco from the Kangaroos, I believe, right?
Yep. 9-3 at the half. 10-3 after they picked up the pistol. And since then, it has started to get a little bit more worrisome. It'll be fast into the banana from Bad News Kangaroos, and Vexite will lose his head off the back of that, so much better start this time around for BNK.
What to do for Greyhound then? Progression molly for Dexter. Trying to keep the T's back behind Harfall. But he's all on his lonesome here. Deep smoke into Arch side. But Inns can see that there's no one over on jungle. Boost up over the top. That's the second pick in banana that Bad News Kangaroos have got. But despite that, they don't opt to rush into B here. Still taking their time. They know they've got over a minute. Just further extending their man advantage. After losing 5 in a row, they don't want to let this one slip up, but Inns' nades are always on point.
Well, the Molotov's going to go through a little bit too late to deny the bomb plant.
Just going to be a save from the rest of Greyhound.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, they've done a lot of work in this half so far, so no need to get ahead of themselves and, you know, panic if they're going to drop around here. This is not the one that's going to seal the deal for Bad News Kangaroos. Greyhound's the kind of team that can back themselves and say, if we can keep our economy healthy, we've won enough CT rounds in a row to say that we can still win this map in regulation, or maybe push it through to OT if worst comes to worst. No need to do anything silly just yet.
I mean, at the end of the day, you lose Vexite early on, and then that, honestly, you know, you lose the pick towards banana, always puts the CTs in a tough position. So that's just one of those rounds that kind of goes by the wayside. Only so many more opportunities here for Greyhound. At the scoreline deficit they found themselves out. Just after the half, aggression into banana this time. The triple nade over on the main doesn't connect with anything. Alistair, however, is.
That's very quick up into the apartments, though. Might have to take matters into his own hands and see if he can equalize the numbers here.
They've got space in bracket. taking banana control. Greyhound playing very hands-off right now. They know they've got the numbers, but having the numbers doesn't necessarily mean it's an auto win on Inferno. 4v5s very commonly picked up. That's a great pick from Alistair though.
Yep, 3-on-3 on the A-bomb site now, and so Bad News Kangaroos would need a faultless entry to give themselves the advantage in the post plant. And that seems like it's going to be a hard task to find, though. Addict able to strike, but not able to do enough. It leaves just the one member, and that is Hats against Greyhound, the team that he used to have such success in. And I don't know that this one's really going to be doable, though he will at least be allowed the bomb plant, but completely ignores the library position, and so that'll be an easy kill for Dexter, and we're back to a 2-round deficit.
2 more guns taken away. Bomb plant and money looking pretty good here for the Kangaroos, who will undoubtedly reinvest here. All retained from Greyhound, who need to be careful on this comeback train not to lose too many guns along the way. You can see their money being chipped away at, still kind of hanging in the balance. If they lost 3 or 4 guns in one of these rounds on the comeback with 1400 loss bonus and then lost the subsequent round following, that could just be the end of the game at this scoreline. So they need to make sure they're getting through these rounds relatively cleanly. See Greyhound continually changing up their approach towards Banana. It was Vexite on the solo aggression, then it was the 3-man swing down with the opening pick. This time it's just little bits of util. Vexite sending Dexter in on the line. That's straight through the smoke.
Wow.
Very unlucky for the Kangaroos. But the second time they've lost that pick in Banana, and the opening pick has been found in Banana all of the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, what do you think about this from B&K? Maybe need to slow things down in Banana at the start of the round, or...
Well, they did. You could see they very much sat back and waited for the initial wave of util. Oh, hold on. That might be the answer. Addict, such a quick peek straight across. That's something you see so often in CS2 at the moment. Puts Dexter in a bit of a pickle now, playing around the smoke.
Oh, great angle, though. He spotted out Hazard. Dexter seemed to know exactly how far that smoke was going to bloom, and he's got another one. It's just madness through the smokes right now between B&K and Greyhound, and Dexter gets one more.
He shot, was that 3 or 4 people through smoke? I think it was just 3, right?
Yeah, 3.
Oh, so unlucky for B&K. That's just classic Greyhound heroics, isn't it? Like, they really didn't do a whole lot wrong. You could see, like, it's what I was saying before, the approach from Greyhound in Banana is different every time. It was like Vexite deep on car, he got found early on, that didn't work. Then they went for the 3-man, you know, kind of Astralis-esque, who popularized it down Banana with the util dump and just trying to dominate that part of the map. And then that time it was more of a hands-off approach with the player on coffins with the retake flash ready, and Dexter just kind of feeling out the timing and calling for util. Dexter going for the ace there. Is taken out of the equation, but don't think that's going to bother him too much. That's a huge, heroic round for Dexter to keep Greyhound in this contention here. And Bad News Kangaroos, it's just bad luck Kangaroos right now. That's all that round was. I don't think they really did a whole lot of anything too wrong. They got to pick themselves back up from that situation and still try to close out this game. They had the opportunity to close out this series 2-0 in the last map, and with a 10-3 advantage, you thought that they were going to be able to actually win this upper bracket series, but you could start to see it slipping through their hands.
Yeah, indeed. Not over till it's over, though. All it takes is one good round from Bad News Kangaroos to secure the OT, but again and again, they're not even getting close to these bomb sites without losing players. PZ will swing, and only now does Hats get a trade. It took so long for Bad News Kangaroos to find their first inroad that it'll ultimately be a 4-on-2.
Unbelievable.
I wonder if Hats has heard Vexite there just hop up. You can hear that jump. And he was quite close.
Checks the wrong angle, though. There's so many things to jump on there now. Tables, chairs, bicycles. Pick your poison, mate. Grace now 1 of 4 trying to cross behind the Molotov. Does so successfully. Now trying to catch that player on the rotation. That's really heads up from him, but Dexter is doing some bloody acrobatics. Can't hit the player model.
Yep.
11-11 tack timeout use. Maybe should have seen one earlier than this, has to be said.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're so far ahead, guess you weren't really feeling the need of it.
Money's a little bit odd for the T side right now, so won't see a full cohort of AKs. Certainly won't be seeing an AWP out for PZ. Be a couple of Galils here, you'd think, to round out the util buy. This is the one. Bad News Kangaroos, they're going to have to win it.
I feel like there's been a couple of those already. I'm starting to lose hope. Progression swing to top mid and Banana. Denying info to the CT side. Banana has been a nightmare for Bad News Kangaroos, so I don't blame them. They're not even setting foot there this round. Sitting all the way back, looking for some carpets control. Maybe some kind of A execute on the cards here. Liaz has been pretty scary in pit though. But arguably less scary than Dexter's been in Banana the last couple of rounds. Very hands-off approach here for Greyhound, holding a whole lot of util for the mid to late rounds. So we'll see how they use it when this A play comes in.
Well, Alistair posted on the line. He's been pretty reliable so far today. And especially in this map. Just always seems like he gets that first pick for Greyhound on the CT side. Sets things up nicely. There he goes again.
Kangaroos retaking Banana here. They just see the smoke go up in main, and the bomb's trending over there as well. Do they just want to take Banana info back off of the CTs and then end A here? You can see the rotation over towards B from Inns as Alistair has gotten on this deep info line towards Dig side. Here's the B execute, but the bomb is sitting all the way back. I think Brace may go back to A here.
It depends, I guess, on how this B execute goes. If they can find some picks, then maybe that'll be on
gotta go back.
offer. It's getting messy now across the board. Hats needs to find that kill somehow onto Liaz, but low on HP, will be unable to do so, and Brace is left alone. Neither of the site entries worked for Bad News Kangaroos, and there's just no chance for Brace, even were he to get the kill. Would not have been able to have time to plant the bomb, and that is 12 for Greyhound. And we might end with our third 13-11 of the day.
That's rough, man. Whole lot of util held over in towards the mid to late rounds. Didn't really see what happened too much on B there, but I don't think Bad News Kangaroos left themselves really enough time for contingencies there. And Greyhound have been throwing exactly that at them this whole time. Problems in the mid round. Individuals making plays, multi-fragging. Alistair gets on the deep line towards the AWP. On T stairs. Progression smoke up Banana. Pop flash and HE nade goes down from Greyhound. You can see Bad News Kangaroos biding their time for a Banana retake here. Let's see if they're able to catch these CTs. Boost gets punished. That's a promising first pick here. Could they push this to overtime?
Looks pretty good. Good trade in the Banana. Inns is in front of the smoke. Oh, and it's time maybe for Inferno. We talked about it all the time back in CSGO. Hasn't exactly had a stellar map here. 13-7 from Inns, but that's a crucial kill as the smoke blooms, and he's going to get sent in with a flash. It's a decent one, but it's not good enough. Bad News Kangaroos were able to turn away from it. Another flash followed through by Alistair, but there's no one to capitalize on it. So Bad News Kangaroo can get that bomb plant down.
So much util here for the CT side. Mollies can push these players out of position. HE could catch Hats here, but he's over towards Banana side, and it's a double emo corner set up here from Bad News Kangaroos. Molly to new box. Process of elimination. Where's the Molly? Yeah, the Molly to emo. They've got no way to put that out.
Hats The other player is low, but Hazard doesn't care. The molly, it's forced him into the swing, and he'll make it work. It's a 2-on-1 for Lias. He's got no time. He has to go. And Hazard just around the corner makes it easy for Hats to get the kill, and that is 12 apiece. It felt like we deserved an overtime in this series, and we finally got it.
Yeah, I mean, minimum 24 rounds between these teams. That's what we're getting. 11-13, 11-13, and we go to OT. Last tack timeout coming out here for Bad News Kangaroos. Going to have a bit of a chat. They've let this one kind of slip by the wayside, and this is where you need some words of wisdom. I would say actually less so wisdom and more so just riding the ship, you know. After a long best-of-3 series, we need to get the energy back up. We need to get the belief that we can win, especially against a team that you've lost against so many times over the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah. It's a really tight best-of-3. I mean,
this is a good series. This is the best, probably one of the best O series I've watched in a while. Usually it's just Greyhound domination all day long. And
you set up that storyline, right? Where you're like, oh, you know, Rooster or Vertex, as they used to be known, they could potentially challenge Greyhound in this final. They've been looking good, blah, 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 this and that. And then it's like crashing back to reality when you actually see the game get played. Yeah. But not so today.
Sometimes you get these real good series. It's really just up to Bad News Kangaroos to show up, though. They have so far today, but their woes continue, losing the first pick on this T side. And this time it's not in Banana. It's the cheeky little boost up the top of the prog smoke.
Yep. Like I said, Alice has been quite good about getting these opening picks on the CT side for Greyhound. Dexter, he's got the timing wrong there, but Alistair's going to help him out, and somehow Greyhound get away from that without losing anybody until Addict pushes through the smoke, but it'll be a pretty routine trade for Alistair in the end. I feel like Dexter really should have gotten punished more than he was, and Bad News Kangaroos are now scrambling to get anything done. PZ went through the smoke, Pat's behind it, but it's a 4-on-1.
This is getting demoralizing for Bad News Kangaroos. You can see it. The way that they're playing, they're getting shut out. Only some of the boys are really making too many plays, and anything that was said in that tack timeout, any words of wisdom or pump up, kind of get erased after you lose that ult pick on top Banana and get shut out, on top mid, sorry, and get shut out of B.
Yep.
The momentum just continues for Greyhound. Deep smoke down the bottom of Banana. Bad News Kangaroos looking to try to find that opening pick. PZ trying to do his best Zywoo impression of running up Banana there, but unfortunately all that results is the T's take about 80 damage. Sorry, more than 80 damage, like 120 damage. That's stream maths for you.
Yeah, so much damage. Got to remember as well, Bad News Kangaroos did look really good on their CT side, so I don't know if it's the be-all, end-all necessarily if they maybe only get one in this half, say. Greyhound will be looking for 3, no doubt about that. And they're on their way toward it. This is still looking pretty clean from them. Ins with a nice double. Alistair opened it up, and not much to really say for Bad News Kangaroos in these last couple of rounds.
They're just not, they're not even getting boots on the ground in the site, mate. They're just getting shot in the choke every time. The util timings and the crossfire peaks and individuals are reading it so well right now for Greyhound. It feels like they're really working out the pacing of this T side. Last chance to put even one on the board here for Bad News Kangaroos. Even if they do that, though, after getting demoralized for the last, what, 14, 15 rounds straight, almost, are they going to have the fight that they need to put up the wall on the CT side again?
Yeah, I think if they get this round, then I'm still interested, you know what I mean? But if it ends up being a 3-0, I'm prepared to probably call it there. And I guess getting this round is easier said than done. Nade is so perfectly timed.
Yeah, if it's not opening picks, it's so much damage inflicted by the CT side in the earlier portions of the round, and especially someone like Addict who's been doing the lion's share of the work here for Bad News Kangaroos on this map. and did so when they upset. You definitely don't want to be seeing him on 2 HP in a round like this. Info not there on Banana here. Greyhound actually going to flash through the smoke. Dexter goes for an info play and clears all of Sandbag through the main smoke. So another different variation on the Banana defense. Bad News Kangaroos in a 1-4 here. Throw the jungle wrap smoke. Start to make their way over that side of the map. Addict's been shut out of Banana. Liaz and Apps. This pick could really put Bad News Kangaroos in a bad situation here on jungle side.
Liaz has been a bit of a master in the A anchor position as well. He's done really well from pit. There's another important frag from him.
Oh, B-Rap, but they're just so ready for everything, Greyhound. Do you even check this position as the tease? Oh, it's just going to get smoked off.
Not going to matter too much, it seems like. Dex is going to have to spam through that smoke and get another kill. And then Vexite, he's walked through it and gotten 2. And I think we are starting to see the end of this map materialize in front of our eyes. Addict, the only one to find a frag in this one. And he was on 2 HP the whole round. 15-12. Greyhound, it feels like they just need to nudge it over the line and it'll be done.
Yeah. Unfortunate. It's a really good effort from Bad News Kangaroos. Multiple points where they could have won this series. But there's a reason why the history between these two teams across the last 3 or 4 years is so dominant in one direction. Not only is the quality of the team in Greyhound, but when the going gets tough, Greyhound gets going every single damn time. Every time they're pushed to the brink, they usually clutch up. They're just a much more clutch team than anyone else in this region. They thrive in the pressure a lot of the time. Back on the comfort of the CT side, though, in less comfortable of a scoreline position here for Bad News Kangaroos. 0 room for error, or they are in the lower bracket here of the Chengdu qualifiers.
Mm-hmm. Well, slow approach from Greyhound. More than happy to see if they can wait out a bit of util. Not much being thrown by Bad News Kangaroos, though. They're not feeling the pressure at this point. Now, as the smoke starts to bloom, we get the responding utility usage from Bad News Kangaroos. This is a round that is definitely going to be going down to the sort of dying stages of that timer.
Yeah.
Neither team looks like they want to move particularly quickly.
Fair bit of util being held here by the Kangaroos, despite the pressure cooker of a round that they're facing. Greyhound taking banana control, are applying pressure towards bracket. Forward position here from Hats.
Ooh,
I think he's
he
spotted
saw
the
him.
backpack.
Yep.
Ready. Molly on PZ, like he could molly him out of position, but it's not even needed.
Definitely a good kill to
Unfortunate.
get.
But maybe some good fortune is what the Kangaroos need here.
Mm-hmm. How the fortunes change when we swap sides, though a lot of space being given to Greyhound at this point in time, and Dexter will receive that flash from Liaz and get the kill on the Brace and then Addict as well.
6 seconds, they got to get the bomb.
Oh, they're not going to get it. I don't think they've got that in time. Yeah. Alistair. A hair's breadth in it, but that's a round for Bad News Kangaroos.
Unfortunate. Losing ins on the little pixel line. Little backpack or vest or something. Just edging out. Oh, it's a little things on the belt maybe. Little satchels and stuff. Fanny pack. I know you're a big fan of the fanny pack, Jordan.
Oh, yeah.
See you wearing it all the time. With the ends.
Stylish and practical.
Oh, big fight in banana. Brace. Another nice little pick and another opening pick for Bad News Kangaroos.
Oh, that triple nade onto Ins almost killed him. It's not looking so bad for Bad News Kangaroos after all, but pretty quick offensive toward that A site. Might cause a little bit of a ruckus. Sure, there are a player deficit for Greyhound, but if they get their timing right, they might be able to unsettle these A players quite nicely. And really, it's a 4-on-1. Brace is scrambling to get across. He's here now. Bit of damage done to Liaz, but Greyhound's still not committing to this site just yet. But Big kill to get for Vexite as well. Pit player down now too, and it is on to Brace. He has to multi-frag through the smoke. Alistar, bomb dropped at the feet of Brace, but this might be it. It is a 1-on-3 for PZ. And look at how low Ins and Vexite are. Not a lot in it, but that is going to be enough for Greyhound. They hit 16, and that is the end of the series. Greyhound securing it 2-1. They really were put through their paces today by Bad News Kangaroos, and for a time it looked like BNK would actually be able to win that one. But again, Pilski, Greyhound do what Greyhound does. They make that comeback happen, and balance is restored, I guess.
Yeah, but it was a fantastic try from Bad News Kangaroos, and honestly, that was one of the better series I've watched in quite a while. So look, I think the potential is definitely there. It definitely needed some really, really big fragging from some of the riflers over on the side of the Kangaroos, though. I think if the firepower is shored up, like overall, definitely could be more competitive against the Greyhound boys, because, you know, we never criticize the approach or the tactics or anything like that from the Kangaroos. They always, you know, approach the game the right way. They always, you know, play their numbers, play the high percentages and things like that. But I felt like Greyhound, a couple of big performances and also a couple of unlucky rounds there on Inferno as well. A couple of rounds, like particularly that Dexter round, multiple spam kills through smoke and stuff like that. Could have been a different story, but end of the day, that's going to be the Kangaroos down in the lower bracket this time around, and they'll be playing, I believe, the loser of Mind Freak Rooster, which you should be finding out pretty shortly, because that game's still going, right?
That game is still going. It's 5 apiece on map 3 as well. We're going to take a break here, guys. We do have one more match for you tonight, but we obviously have to wait for the result of that other game. So I would encourage you to go over to ESL CSB if you're interested in checking out how that's going. It is Rooster and Mind Freak, and they're looking pretty closely matched on map 3 of their series. So for now, go watch that, then come back here and watch our next game, because we'll be back for that one. So we'll take a quick break and see you when our next match is ready.
Zweifel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Zweifel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days are deceiving. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear you now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, come and set me free. I'm losing sight of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, come and set me free. Look into my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down, leave me lost and found. Take
tried to build a home. I feel this world coming over me. The pressure makes me fold. And if I stay locked in the half-life, but choose to give into my own mind, standing in with all I know, through the hard wires, and finally feel it all. I can simulate my own life, or live within the walls. You light the fires in this place, so you can reap what we've sown. You finally found me, but you just dug your own hole. If I stay locked in the half-life, but choose to give into my own mind, standing in with all I know, through the hard wires, and finally feel it all. I can simulate my own life, or live within the walls.
Good everyone, welcome back. Appreciate you sticking around if you're from the previous game, or welcome, of course, to IEM Chengdu 2024 Oceania Qualifiers. Back for our second game of the evening, and there has been some interesting things transpiring over the course of this evening. We almost saw Bad News Kangaroos get the upset over Greyhound here on the mainstream, but what we did see was the upset from Mindfreak up against Rooster on the B stream. So that means our game is going to be Greyhound and Mindfreak, which probably isn't what we would have anticipated at the start of the day.
No, definitely not. And I mean, let's be real. Could have had a double upset. There was about a B stick in it for Bad News Kangaroos to pick up that win over Greyhound, and they didn't quite get it over the line. Unfortunate. Maybe they can have another crack later on in the bracket, which actually, not too unsurprisingly, and maybe earlier than you're expecting, puts the classic Rooster Bad News Kangaroos matchup down in the lower bracket for an elimination spot. But Mindfreak, that's the first win that they've got over a top 3 team here in Oceania. So let's see how far they can push Greyhound straight afterwards.
Indeed. Well, congratulations in due course, of course, for Mindfreak. But big challenge ahead for them here as they go up against Greyhound. Let's find out how this one does play out as we jump into game 4, the upper bracket final of the Oceania qualifier for IEM Chengdu. And we'll see if Mindfreak really is the real deal. It's one thing to beat Rooster, but it's definitely another thing to beat a team like Greyhound.
For sure. And you saw the video up there in the top right of your screen. As we kick things off here, Greyhound going to be over here on the CT side. Relatively slow looking pistol. Mindfreak did pick this map, and then it'll be Ancient up next, followed by Anubis. So interesting little map pool between these two teams. Going to see a lot of variety in maps tonight between all the different series. And Mindfreak looking like they're going to start to make their way up to the top side of the lobby. It's going to be pressure on the uppers site, or maybe even an uppers execute here. I thought there might be a reroute to ramp on the cards, but not to be. No reactive utility here for the CTs. They're just going to have to get it done with the crossfires.
Yeah, looks like it'll be a couple of Molotovs thrown in from DPR and Tux. One for Hut, one for back of site. And hopefully Vexite gets pushed off of Hut, which is going to be the case, and well traded in the end by Danger. So the plan is working well for Mindfreak. Look at those entries. Very crispy indeed. Greyhound maybe caught a little bit napping. Had a bit of a break there. To be fair, so did Mindfreak. And it's going to take a little while for both teams to get warmed back up into this series, because I'm sure everyone's been, having dinner and having a little bit of a relax. And now they have to zone back in and make sure they're ready to go. But retake attempt from Liaz and Inns on the cards here. They don't have a kit to play with. And they don't have heads either. Really sharp shots from Mindfreak. And good start indeed.
Absolutely. T-side pistol is the best possible way to start, especially in a series where you're a pretty heavy underdog. But as we mentioned before, I mean, taking a win, pretty convincing win over Rooster. Definitely raises some questions about what Rooster's form is looking like after such a strong 2023, but the same can be said on Mindfreak. Mindfreak's side of things, complete opposite trajectories. They were in terrible form last year, but they're looking pretty phenomenal start of this year. Straight into the ramp room. Alistair to receive. He's been boosted up by Liaz, but that's been cleaned up pretty quickly, including the player swinging on elbow side. So Mindfreak all over this anti-force so far.
Yep, looking very good for him. Vexite will go charging down to the B-bomb site and has set himself up ready at the double doors if anyone pushes their way in from control room, but doesn't look like that's going to happen for Mindfreak. They're more than happy to just stick as a pack on the B site. It's been very much the mentality, I guess, in the last couple of rounds as well for Mindfreak, and what we've seen from their T side takes. Just group up, hit the same site, no funny business. Hit your shots, trade down if you don't. It's been working pretty well so far. Kind of keeping it, I guess, keeping it pretty basic as far as Mindfreak is concerned. We'll see them presumably dig a little bit deeper into the strat book if they need to as we get further into this half. But I like what I'm seeing so far from Mindfreak. I think it's a good way to play, and obviously they're quite clearly able to challenge Greyhound at this stage, so yeah, good look.
I mean, I think if we see Mindfreak even push Greyhound today, it's going to start to I mean, yeah, you got to give credit to the teams that are doing well, but it also will start to raise some question marks about Greyhound because they've been dominant in this region for such a long time. The Dexter change would be pointed at by anybody as a clear upgrade and would probably be expected to push Greyhound into an era of dominance in the Oceanic region, but from these couple of games we've been watching, I'm questioning that. You can't really, though, because we all saw the result of the RMR qualifier, right? I mean, they took it once again, so I don't know, maybe just an off day, off couple of games, who knows?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, players maybe getting a little bit more used to a system or positions that they're not used to. I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. I think where I'm really going to care, so to speak, about how Greyhound plays is at the Asia RMR. If they get to the Asia RMR, they completely bomb out there. That, for me, is going to raise the red flags. But for now, domestically within ANZ, I'll still give them a bit of slack and say, okay, well, it's growing pains, so to speak. But Mindfreak going to test the ramp room once again. This time, Vexite's there with the 5-7. Has given away his position, but able to tap away at the head of Forlex and eventually only good for one. Still looks pretty good here for Mindfreak.
Yeah, making their way down into lowers. Liaz with an opportunity to pick up that player at radio. If he knew how low Tux was, he probably would have sent it at him. Open plant here as these players plonk down the vent. That's all been heard by DPR though, and he's on for a bit of a farm backside of vent here. It's all on Liaz, who has picked up a scout but doesn't seem interested in using it. How expensive can he make it?
Good thing no one from Mindfreak tried to chase him down, because that nade would have certainly finished off Tux. But overall, yeah, not a bad shout from Mindfreak. 3 guns do go through, 3-0 the scoreline. And it's going to be buy time for Greyhound. So this is where we really get to the meat and potatoes of this matchup, and whether or not we are really going to see Mindfreak challenge Greyhound.
That's it. So, first gun round, really good start for Mindfreak, has to be said. Dropped a couple of guns here and there, but money's looking pretty strong. All comes out for Alistair. Saw him getting active against Bad News Kangaroos with that gun earlier. Initial couple of prog smokes on outside here from Mindfreak. Looks like one of those landed on the roof or the silo. Not sure if it was misthrown or disrupted somehow. Alistair on the quick rotation over onto secret side, and Mindfreak. You know, you're seeing the... I mean, I'm sure a lot of people watching this stream will not have watched the early iteration of Mindfreak and how they played, but domestically in some of those tournaments, this is very characteristic of how Mindfreak likes to play. They love this slow pressure cooker T-side where they just walk around the map, they wait for mistakes, they use their util, you know, it's very, very defaulty kind of slow standard CS.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Tell you what, though, that's a good start for the first gun round for Greyhound. Little pop flash there is going to get Inns a little bit more information on Outer as well, and doesn't see anything there, so he can turn his attention back toward holding the A site proper. We'll lose this life to Tux. Might have been false information, all things considered, on Outer in the end. So Vexite able to combine for one apiece, and you know what? It's still not looking half bad for Mindfreak. Their spacing and trading has been looking really good so far today. Liaz gets away with a jump. And so Danger will be a bit disappointed by that, and this might end up actually being Greyhound's first round. But again, Mindfreak have kind of pushed them in this round as well. It has to be said.
Absolutely. That's a beautiful read from DPR as well. Almost picks up Liaz on that radio position. 3 guns taken away, so as you mentioned, pitching in the frags. We're just keeping things competitive, and we're definitely taking a lot of money out of Greyhound's coffers. Tack timeout. I absolutely love this. Like, I'm loving everything that I'm seeing from Mindfreak. Don't even see this from a lot of the top teams. We're taking a tack on a swing round. They understand the importance of picking up this round and how much that could really start to balloon out their T-side economy. So they want to make sure they have all their ducks in a row. Get the things ironed out, get the right call going. So they can really continue this momentous start to the T-side of Nuke that they've had.
Yeah, look, I mean, 3-1, it's definitely a good start, but that, at the end of the day, is really all that it is. This can very quickly be one of those games where we're watching a team do pretty well against Greyhound, and we're saying lots of nice things, lots of positive things, and then the scoreline ends up being like 13-5. You're like, okay, well, they just couldn't hold it together. Will it be that kind of a night for Mindfreak, or is there something more afoot? See the fruits of the labor with regard to the TAC timeout. Whether or not we're going to get anything from that. This is a change up in approach from Mindfreak as they go toward outer for the first time.
Could see Greyhound try to make them nervous about that. Pop flash over the warehouse line, making Mindfreak consider some potential aggression in the early to mid round. Further progression utility here from Mindfreak. Smoke onto Windows and Annex, Molly to credit card. Working their way through outside.
Bit of spam from Dexter. He was somewhat of a smoke criminal in that game against BNK, but no connections this time around, and Mindfreak once again progressing in the direction of heaven. At least a couple of their members are. Got control of Secret. Got the players working in through Annex. Seems like it's going to end up being an A split. Inns is still down on the B site though. And this is looking pretty good for Mindfreak again. Let's see how the entries go. That's a sharp couple of shots from Vex side. Dexter to follow up with the kill as well onto Super. But there's still numbers here for Mindfreak, and it comes down to Alistair to save the day with a quick double. Danger, of course, into the A site, but he's got no one to help him out anymore. And only 20 seconds to find that bomb plant, so he's got a decision to make, and going down to B would be the correct choice.
Yeah. He was in some shocking form last year, but I've been looking at his stats recently, and he's really been picking things up this year. 1 on 2 here to potentially break the CT side money. Ins. The spacing is not good, but he always plays with confidence. And he just sends a bit of a message, running straight up on Danger, not allowing him to get into an annoying post-plant position over on Decon or Windows. Shuts it down before it even gets rolling.
Yeah, just a little bit of an unexpected position for Danger. I don't think he expected Inns to be that far progressed, and Inns is able to win the fight. So another one there for Greyhound. Does come down to just 2 guns remaining, so money's really not building up just yet for Greyhound. All it takes, though, is the baby steps at the start of the half to kind of get control of the half, and sooner or later it ends up being a bit more of a snowball for Greyhound. But we're not quite there yet. Mindfreak aren't out of this by any stretch of the imagination. Danger's got the hero AK this time around. Mindfreak want to continue to try to put that hurt onto Greyhound. It's, again, another confidence-based call, right? Like, we feel like we can do some damage. We feel like we can have some impact on this game. Let's see what we can do with a hero AK.
They just want to keep the economic damage rolling, right? They've kept a lot of these rounds close. Honestly, that last round, if Alistair doesn't double up there, and the Heaven player traits, that really could have gone the way of Mindfreak. Even Danger was potential for that 1 on 2 with the way the spacing was looking. Mindfreak, again, it's just slow pacing. Smoke onto backside Annex and onto Windows. Walking through outside. See Greyhound give a lot of respect, you know, not get in their face too much.
Inns doing Inns things. Speaking up, taking the fights and hitting heads. And that round didn't really amount to a whole lot for Mindfreak. So seems like we are going to go back to our regularly scheduled programming in that Greyhound is doing some winning now.
Yeah. Very, very clean up of that half buy with the hero AK. Not too much damage really inflicted. So Greyhound steadying the ship. Economy gets stabilized. Mindfreak showing us a very similar pacing most of these rounds. See if they've got any kind of pace changes. That mid-round uppers execute with the clean entries on the pistol was pretty effective. Try something like that on the gun round. Alistair, similar to what we saw against BNK earlier. Getting active on outside. That's a nice little HE nade to do some chip damage. But after all said and done, Greyhound is going to respect Mindfreak, who are pinned all the way back. that shot gives some information to Liaz that there is a player defaulting towards radio.
Liaz able to be patient. Not really too much happening for him there over on the ramp room. Vexite gets involved in the meanwhile. But now Liaz might have a bit of a job to do, because Super looks like he wants to take a fight here. I don't know if there's going to be a flash in from Tux, or if perhaps it will just be the swing from all three on the smoke fading, and that's a good shot from Super. So ramp room taken by Mindfreak. Where to from here?
Greyhound double rotation down lower. Triple rotation straight down the vent. They've got some windows and decon control. Mindfreak, if they force it into lower, we'll be running into somewhat of a crossfire. They've smoked off decon though. And they're going to commit down into lower here, Jordan.
Alistair is having a bit of a day though, and that is a masterclass really. Makes it look super easy.
I think he just walked through the decon smoke and then sat behind sight and just played that pivot angle. Didn't really see, but that's what it looked like happened. Mindfreak. I mean, it was a really nice entry onto ramp, but then they just get picked apart by a pretty basic crossfire. Given that it was a 3-man rotation down to lower, so yeah, maybe could have done with a bit more map presence there, or some kind of option to pivot somewhere else. Alistair finding Tux on outside here. It is just the pistols from Mindfreak.
Another one from Alistair. Continues to have success.
And I think that's really key against a style like this, when the other team is playing so slow, you know, walking around the map, using small pieces of standard util. If your AWP is in good form, you can really disrupt this kind of play style and have a lot of impact.
Definitely agree. That's good from Dexter. I just think on an individual level as well, watching Dexter, you do get the sense that he comes back into the ANZ region at a level above 99% of players. The shots that he hits, you know, even like that spray down there, it's not something I really get the sense that most Oceanic players are going to get for you. So that's also a really positive sign for Greyhound, and that's reflected in his stats and how he's been going about his return to this region.
Aggression on outside from Insia. Multiple players over on warehouse side, and this time it's Dexter to find the first pick. Tapping away with the A1S. Tux loses his life on outside, and that leaves the rest to Mindfreak. Kind of wandering around lobby. Danger almost loses his life through the smoke as well. Dexter continuing his smoke shenanigans. The game sense, I mean, on this man, in this region in particular, is just pretty unmatched.
Some of the decisiveness seems to have gone out of Mindfreak as well. Taking them a little bit longer to get through the map. Sort of seeing them standing around a bit longer. And only now are they really starting to explore outer with 55 seconds left on the clock, which is surely still plenty of time. But they're going to be harassed on the way. It's going to start to become a bit of a time crunch pretty quickly here. DPR has been spotted up on top of Red Crate, and that'll be an easy pick again. Liaz flash high in the sky. Liaz doesn't get too much of an advantage off of that. Mindfreak were pushed in front of it, but still damage is being done, and Mindfreak with just the 2 players left alive in this round aren't really liable to get too much more done.
It's cleaning up the last 2 over on outside. 6 in a row for Greyhound. I mean, this is what we're used to seeing in this kind of a matchup. That's been Mindfreak's more favoured map, even going back to the end of Go, I believe it was. They loved a bit of a new pick in a series. Another half buy with a hero rifle coming out here for Mindfreak. Maybe looking for that uppers timing that they hit in the pistol.
Dex up with a bit of a job to do now, having seen Vexite go down there on A, but holding strong alongside Ins, and Mindfreak have decided that they want to go back down to B instead. Liaz already waiting for them, but his head's going to be taken off. So we're back to a 3-on-3. Greyhound will be tested a little bit more in this round than it feels they have been in the previous couple. Danger still lurking around on A. Won't have much of an impact on this round until he comes down. You can see him creeping down the vent there on the X-ray. Alice is waiting patiently for a pick, but he's not going to get one. It does come down to the riflers, and as ever, Dexter is reliable. A 7th round for Greyhound. They have not really put a foot wrong since losing that pistol and the subsequent couple of rounds, but since they had guns in their hands, they've definitely looked solid.
This is where you need to see some different gears to the game from Mindfreak. Slow, more drawn-out round approach has presented itself with opportunities, but as you mentioned, they've looked way too hesitant in the mid to late rounds. They've got to either just try to kick up the gear in terms of decisiveness in the mid round, or try some different approaches here.
Well, there's Liaz Dexter to start things off pretty nicely again, but at least this time, equal trades back from Mindfreak, which has been a bit of a problem. Oftentimes they've been trading something like 1 for 2. They've got a player on the site as well. It's Forlex, who will be waiting to receive Liaz, but unable to do anything about that one. Inns is going to go scurrying towards Secret, and it seems again Mindfreak want to go toward B. But Inns is all over that. He has caught Tux in the backside. Bomb out in no man's land now. Just seems like Greyhound are a step ahead of Mindfreak.
Danger left on his lonesome in another pretty difficult 1-on-2 to win. He's already found 2 in this round. Bomb was dropped backside of vent, as you mentioned, and In's well aware of that. Holding on to the vent rotation, and he's picked his timing perfectly. 8 in a row for Greyhound. And even without the bomb plant, Mindfreak, enough cash to be able to put something together here in this next round. See if they can scrounge themselves a 4th round or win a gun round.
Yeah, it would be a bit of a disappointing finish at 9-3, and it would harken back to that conversation that I brought up at, what was a 3-3 scoreline, I think, where, you know, it's all well and good for Mindfreak to start well, and we can say some nice things about them when it's 3-0 or 3-1, but at the end of the day, Greyhound is Greyhound does. And this is an all too familiar situation that we find ourselves in as casters in the Oceanic region.
I think regardless of the result of this game, though, as far as I'm concerned, it's like already a win for Mindfreak, already an improvement in this qualifier. Having picked up a win against Rooster, it's a big thumbs up from me. Alistair waiting for the right time to set up Inns with the pop flash. Out it goes. And in fact, it's Alistair straight through the smoke to find first blood. Inns punishing the trade. And Vexite swings out too. Mindfreak cannot even get to T-Red without getting disrupted at the moment.
Yeah, tough ask for sure. Going up against a team like Greyhound. I tend to agree with you though that Mindfreak making it to this point, the unranked final, I'll already consider that a win, but they need to do a little bit more if they want to beat Greyhound. Scoreline 9-3 at the half. Alrighty, back into the second half, and questions will be asked as to how long this half is going to last, because that was a fairly dominant display in the end by Greyhound. Good start from Mindfreak, but they couldn't keep up the pace, and the scoreline was 9-3, so not a lot of work left to be done for Greyhound moving into their T side.
Straight through outside. Speed hopping all the way in towards heaven and hell. The CT's trying to scramble into position, and so far so good. Rest of the T's straight down secret into lowers. Alistair's on the lurk into radio, so a 3-on-5, a difficult prospect here for Greyhound.
Yeah, indeed, but P250 in the hands of Ins could do a bit of work, and Alistair should be good for one there. Maybe even more than that. He's going to try to get on top of Tux, who was well aware of his position, and so in the end it'll be Dexter and Ins. Maybe the two best players in the Oceanic region currently to try to clutch it out here against Mindfreak. Doesn't seem to have lasted long, as the trades do come through from Mindfreak, and they'll win themselves another pistol.
Gonna need some gun rounds though. And with the kills picked up there by Dexter, dare say that you're looking at force buy into round number 2. So won't get too excited about what Mindfreak's putting together just yet. See if they can deal with the force first and then start to make a bit more of a resurgence back into this game. Did have some pretty solid CT sides against some less experienced tenured teams than Greyhound in the Oceanic region on this map, so we'll see what they can put together here.
Was a bomb plant from Greyhound in that previous round, so they've been able to buy into this one. Dexter's been given the AK. Dexter says to Dexter, go kill. Takes the AK. I think that's fair enough. He is 14-7 after all on the map.
Very little U2 here left over for the CTs. DPR's lost his life in towards upper. The heaven round is causing massive headaches here for Mindfreak. And that is a bit of a whitewash in uppers there. Super wondering where the rest of the boys went. Staring at a ladder, and that's not only the only uphill battle that he'll have to manage here. Not this time. Off to save his A1S.
Well,
And Greyhound immediately slap away any thought of a pistol into a comeback here for Mindfreak.
Tough realization for Mindfreak now that the going only gets more difficult from here. They don't have a lot of time to play with. Super likely to lose this gun. Alice is going to continue to chase, and the Molotov will do enough. So 10 double digits for Greyhound on their merry way, and it'll be a save for Mindfreak. Well,
They're very far behind, so they get a force.
double eco, basically. So, yeah, what do you do, I guess?
Do what you gotta do. Orlex trying to do some hero shots with D. All the smokes across the outside here for Greyhound, just leaving Ins on the lurk into the lobby side. Yeah, Dex is gonna walk in front of the smokes. So he's feeling confident. Wants to go bully this player with the deagle. There's the smoke to... Is that waterfall or is that windows? Looks like windows. And it's missed. How about that?
So smoke to out. How about that?
Technically correct. Well done.
Tux? Almost able to hang on for 2, but even that, I'm not sure, would have been enough to salvage this one for Mindfreak. Danger shot in the back, and it's just Super again.
Getting his exits. Pattern those stats if you can.
Not too likely, given that everyone was pretty healthy on Greyhound.
Double down. this time.
Not this time. This one has to be the save. And then I guess at that point, you're playing for OT, but that is going to be a bit of a grind for Mindfreak, for sure.
DPR getting tickled. A little bit too much for him to handle. It's not for everyone. Greyhounds. Given a lot of respect on this anti-eco right now.
Not sure that that is going to last. Backside might have to. And unfortunately, it looks like our game has crashed.
That's alright, guys. No big deal. I can tell you what happened there. Clearly, Danger, who I think was still alive, he got the USP. And
Yep.
he triple dinked everyone. And they won. And Mindfreak won 13-11.
There you go. Congratulations, Mindfreak.
You're welcome. There you go, betters. That's something to be happy about.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
I'm just trying to jump into the HLTV scoreboard and see what is actually playing out. But we don't need it because ready to go into game at 12-4. Pilsky, you were not correct.
Damn it.
Greyhound trying to close out the first map right here. Has gotten a little bit more difficult with that kill from Tux.
Doable 3-on-2. Lowers control here for Ins and Alistair, who opt to double peek the Windows side. They know that's clear. Alistair having to think about planting for Windows. It's going to hop up top.
Ooh. Alistair spots Tux, but unable to land the shot. So chances are this is going to come down to Ins to try to clutch out. If Alistair can get one, especially with the time starting to tick away, that might actually make it doable, but how about two now, considering he's been able to get the first and get away alive. Ins is keeping himself tucked away in the corner. Now it's down to that 1-on-2. Like I said, Ins trying to keep it up, but can't manage to get it there for Greyhound. Defuse is on. How's the time looking? Danger. Feels like he's got it. And he just does.
Very, very close. That's an expensive round win if I've ever seen one. But it's still a win. You take what you can get against Greyhound.
How far is it going to get them, though, considering it was down to just the one gun there on the CT side? Still lacking quite a bit of util going into round number 18. And, of course, Greyhound have plenty of cash to play with.
A little bit of outside walk here with Alistair on the ult. And he's found Forlex on the rotation. They've really been isolating Forlex over near Unbreakable and CT Blue. Alistair continues walking across, punished by Tux, who does not look out of his depth at this level of competition. Good to see him back.
Mm-hmm. Another good kill from him. We're not done just yet. And Danger may be in danger, which he's not aware of at this point in time. So Lias is going to get that kill. He also hears Super shooting at him, turns around on a dime, finishes that kill off, and now it is just Tux who's actually been able to drop the bomb there. And with that, he's given himself a small chance of winning this round. In front of that smoke, backside eats the bink, does some good damage back of his own. The nade isn't quite going to finish Vexide off, but the Molotov certainly will, and this bomb retrieval mission is getting more and more difficult. Liaz will get his own Molotov into Annex and it's going straight down to B.
Bomb has been planted.
Bomb plant for Liaz. And he's quietly working his way toward ramp room, which he will end up inevitably being able to cross to. And that makes the job nigh impossible for Tux. He'd need the ace to clutch it out here. He's opened the door, tapped the bomb. Liaz will check it. Just a bit of a jiggle on the left side, which Tux didn't even spot. And that'll pretty much be that for the map. Tux can't do anything about this round anymore. Time is ticking away. Liaz will go down, but in the end, so too will Tux as the bomb will explode. And that is going to be 13-5 for Greyhound. Map 1 quite comfortably in their favor. And, you know, that's funny because that's exactly the scoreline that I said. 13-5 after something like, what, a 3-0 start. And it's just like, you know, you see it happen all the time. And that's just, that's why Greyhound has got the reputation that they do.
Yeah, I mean, Mindfreak won both pistols and lost 13-5. I think that says it all. Greyhound very dominant on the gun rounds. Tux wins the award for the saddest ace of all time at the end of the game there. And yeah, let's see what they can do on the next map. I mean, like I said, upper bracket didn't look too competitive in that map. But, you know, these kind of opportunities are great for a team like Mindfreak. It's good to see them even make it to the upper bracket match against Greyhound. And hopefully they're learning some tough lessons about playing at this level of competition. And, you know, they can continue their path of improvement.
Yeah, indeed. Well, next map's going to be Ancient. That is the map pick of Greyhound. We'll be looking forward to that one in about 15 minutes or so. Don't go too far away. We'll catch you when map 2 is ready to go.
This world is slowing down. How can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. you. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality, satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, come and set me free. I'll lose inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, come and set me Look into my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down, leave me lost and found. Take me down,
Welcome back on in. It's time for Ancient map number 2 between Mindfreak and Greyhound in the IEM Chengdu Oceania closed qualifier. Greyhound won map 1 pretty comfortably, 13-5. Cleanest map we've seen on the stream all night. Now they move into their own map choice of Ancient, and they're going to try to complete the 2-0 against Mindfreak, which definitely looks like it's going to be on the cards tonight for Greyhound.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. Been a while since I watched a game of Ancient. Getting some good map diversity here in this qualifier, so I'm a happy man. Straight up into bingo is Greyhound. Going to set the pace early on. Tux gets first contact, sets up danger for success, but he only goes 1 for 1. Quick retake flood coming in for the CQ side though. Still trying to take duels with all of these T's. The B hops away there from Liaz, keeps him alive, but Alistair goes down in the meanwhile, and now you see DPR's doing the same. Bit of a messy pistol round, all things considered, that Mindfreak able to pick it up after it was said and done.
And importantly, no bomb plant for Greyhound, which is going to make it harder to force buy, but it looks like they're going to do it anyway. I saw Liaz just drop an AK. That was tossed over to Dexter and then over to Inns. So hero AK for Inns, and a bit of an investment around it for the rest of the Greyhound lads. See what they've got cooking up in the lab here.
Pretty limited in the util department. 3 smokes, 3 flashes. Just waiting out the initial wave of util here from Mindfreak, which you can see is lane control. But a set pieces, a couple of pieces of utility to dominate mid and dominate lane all the way down the B ramp. But although they've gained themselves some map control, they have used almost all of their utility gaining that map control. And Greyhound, not really interested in middle or lane. Instead, Vexite opts to respect that control, and Greyhound going to start to make their way out of this A extremity.
DPR shouldering that corner. Might need to be careful with Alistair on the other side. Ooh, with a scout. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. Headshot is connected. All that we smoked off. And it'll be Greyhound looking to make their way into the A bomb site. AK for Inns. Low HP, but he's still making good use of it. And that's going to get tossed over to Dexter, who also has head armor. And again, put to good use. So, as we've said previously, you can always get a lot done with a little. And one AK, alongside some good scouting from Alistair, has been enough to get the ground for Greyhound.
So, regardless of bomb plant or not, they still put together a force buy that finds a way to win. Kept things relatively simple as well. Just didn't really engage with Mindfreak in the parts of the map where they were active. Let them use a whole lot of utility gaining that map control, and then they just contact out the extremity and take some aim drills. Super simple stuff, but super effective in this case. Force buy in response here for Mindfreak. See how successful they're going to be with that. No util this round to really speak of. Bit of control over here on the A extremity between DPR and Super. 4legs probing middle for a dig kill. Cheeky little one tap if you can find it. Greyhound in the meanwhile just playing this one by the numbers. Smoke to window. Molotov into the little cubby there. Got a little bit of lane control and ramp control. Keeping an eye on the A extremity. Just a pretty slow pinned back default. Starting to make inroads in towards Cheetah and Cave now. Spotted out that player in Donut. And we'll see where they're going to end the round here.
Well, Lias going to get out scot-free in mid. And now it's time to make our way toward B. A smoke for short and for long from Greyhound, and that's pretty much going to lock Mindfreak out of the site. Greyhound should be able to get an easy plant down. And they'll leave Vexite up to his own devices, hiding around behind that smoke with the MP9 to see what he can do. They'd love to filter a few kills over to said MP9, but Mindfreak have other ideas. They recognize they're going to have to take another save anyway, so they might as well hold on to the deagles and the armor. And they'll give the round to Greyhound.
Just trying to re-up in the next round, may as well. Didn't really find too many opportunities in this one to have any impact, so can't blame them in that regard. Not surprised to see Vexite seeing a lot of movement across the map here with the MP9. Looking to see if he can try to make some money. Not really a weapon he wants to hold on to anyway, and DPR, unaware that none of his teammates were covering him. They're not even swinging to trade until the last second there, so not ideal.
Nonetheless, scoreline 2-1. Greyhound going about this one pretty well so far. Looks like they might want to contest mid a little bit here. The nades do manage to tickle DPR just a little bit, but no actual commitment from Greyhound in the end. Nade stack over toward long on B as well, but again, no one from Mindfreak over there to be affected. And so, for now, I think it's going to slow down a little bit. Greyhound are going to want to make use of all their utils, see if they can find a free kill onto Mindfreak, but in the end, that's the information that they were looking for. They've spotted out quite a few of the CTs. Now it's a case of reacting, and as a result, to push their way into A. And they've taken control of that bomb site. So the plan is starting to become clear for Greyhound. Vexite will lose his life and an AK. But the round is still looking well in hand for Greyhound.
Deep smoke, trying to keep the CTs back into the middle. Even mollied off his danger, so the utility really posing some problems to Mindfreak as they try to even attempt any semblance of a retake. Pop flash in from Tux there, trying to send DPR in to take a favorable duel against Alistair. In still probing for danger inside the smoke here. It's really just extras for Greyhound for the most part. Although, to be fair, I feel like they've been playing this series pretty sensibly against Mindfreak. Not seeing anything too outlandish from Greyhound, and they definitely can get silly at times.
Terrorists win.
3-1. A couple of AKs in hand for Mindfreak though, so they won't be too disappointed out of that round, I guess. But this is where we really get to have a proper idea of how this game is going to end up playing out. If Mindfreak can show any kind of a resistance in this first gun round, then we might have something to talk about. Otherwise, it will seem that we're kind of just watching the exact kind of series that we would have expected, which is Greyhound in an upper bracket final against a team that won an upset in the earlier stages, who can't quite compete. Liaz with the 1-for-1. Still not too bad for Mindfreak. They can maintain that mid control. But A is certainly looking pretty open at the moment.
Quickside dropping a smoke behind him to isolate this duel onto Super, and now anticipating these CTs walking down ramp side. But unfortunately gets the timing wrong. Mark's going to punish him for that. 3-on-3 now. Liaz still waiting for that lane push. Able to punish it, and DPR found in Donut between a rock and a hard place leaves danger. Lonesome 1-on-3, spotted out in middle as well, so Greyhound going to be able to set up a really favorable post plant.
Yep. Alistair's on the line now as well. Nowhere really for danger to go. Dexter's already hunting him, but who's hunting who at this point? Dexter's looked away. And so Danger will get that one pretty cheaply. Won't really help him win the round. There's still too much to do with the amount of time that's available. And all he really wants at this point is to get away with the gun. He's done a pretty good job of it so far, but Alistair stands in his way, and in the end it is a 4th for Greyhound. Fairly stable round, all things considered, even though it did go down to a 1-on-1 at the end.
What to do now for Mindfreak? Bunch of players sub 3k. Looks like a full buy, maybe a hero rifle on 4lex could be on the cards. But instead opts just for the D. Maybe you can buy an AWP for DPR. Heading into round number 7. Greyhound feels like they're kind of cruising autopilot for the most part right now.
Pass the play from Greyhound. Do get past the 5-7 of Super pretty comfortably in the end. With that, you'd expect the round should be well in hand for Greyhound. They have the A site. Mindfreak not really being able to get past all of the util that's being tossed. And even if they were able to, they've only got pistols to work with, so bit of chip damage there onto Liaz. Greyhound not too concerned about that though, and Dex up. Another good example of just how sharp he is. Those kills were from headshots. 5-1, Greyhound streaming through this one with ease.
Yeah, AWP comes out now for DPR. In fact, it's a double AWP between DPR and Tux. See if that can be a bit of a difference maker here for Mindfreak, who are having a pretty tough time on Ancient. Haven't seen them play too much Ancient, I don't think. Bit of mid contest from both teams. Util invested over towards B ramp. Alistair boosted up for the pick here as the progression util comes out for Mindfreak deep on ramp control, but they don't really have anyone who can take any space over there. Tux is on the cheater line. DPR is on the deep line towards A on that extremity. So 2 opportunities for Mindfreak to find a pick, and they have some pretty stable mid control, but you can see the pressure being applied by Alistair right now. Deep smoke up on the short side of B.
Still looking to take mid here, Greyhound. Not only that, trying to work their way into cheater, and Vexar to lose his life for that trouble. Dexter, though, on the hunt, is going to punish Tux for sticking around. There's a good flash in there, and Dexter knows he's toast, but he just hightails it out, and somehow Dexter, of all things, is going to be the one to walk away with a kill there. Danger just burning alive inside the Molotov, so...
I think against anyone else, Danger probably just W's straight through that and gets that kill, but too much respect being given there for sure.
It's just madness. And Greyhound have A, they have CT spawn, and they're about to have Forlex as well, because Inz has spotted him out, so this is not going to end well for Mindfreak. Liaz wants the knife. Liaz wants the knife.
You're going to get the knife. Liaz gets what Liaz wants.
6-1, and it is only getting more one-sided.
Which is to be expected in this matchup. We love an underdog story more than most, especially being Australian. But this isn't one of those. Big B execute being thrown by one or two players here. Dexter contesting the smoke is made to regret that. Tux is going to put him down, but in the meanwhile, Greyhound spotting out multiple players over on B ramp side. They're going to take some mid control. Tux has found himself an AK. And the rotation timing over towards the A side of the map, and the flank on lane with the AK is actually looking pretty juicy here for Mindfreak.
Well, in the meanwhile, Greyhound's going to get the bomb plant down, and Alistair continues his good work for the day. 4-on-4 for the retake, and unfortunately for Mindfreak, they're kind of stuck behind a wall of utility. So Molotov outside of Temple, and they have another one to toss in that direction as well, which is going to cut off the retake again. Forlex doing some work with the Deagle, as he is usually wont to do, but it's come down to the 1v1, and Inz will not be liable to lose these kinds of rounds. There's really nothing that Danger can do about it. So good is Inz, 7-1. Greyhound with another.
Only the single orb this time around, and Mindfreak's going to call attack timeout. Having a lot of issues putting together rounds that are not pistols. So far, they've won every pistol this series. Which is insane to say, because this has not been a close series.
Especially considering Greyhound actually looked quite good in the pistols against BNK earlier today. But alas, yeah, the pistols aren't going to win you.
I mean, this combined with the fact that BNK is doing pretty good against Rooster makes me feel like BNK is in good form.
Yeah, I think so. They seem to win map 1 and just into map 2. So not really too much to mention out of that second series on the B stream right now. But yeah, look, I think BNK are looking refreshingly good since the addition of Hats. Back to the matter at hand, it is a 1-for-1 out into mid. Yes, it's not shying away from those fights either, but there's always another CT, it seems, in this case. And so while Greyhound have been able to walk out onto B, they've lost the fight well and truly in mid.
So cops a leg. Bombs dropped on the other side of the map. Tux actually runs straight over the top of it. Vexite finds a kick over here on the B side in the meanwhile, but he's cleaned up by Danger. And Tux from that awkward scuffle, awkward exchange over on the other side of the map. Comes out ahead. I believe he caught Alistair with knife in hand, and then knife turned to pulling out the AWP while probably trying to do some kind of backwards reverse B-hop. Panic movement.
Well, nice to see Mindfreak get one more.
Yeah, picked up a second. Not bad.
Oh, I thought Tux right-clicked that nade, but he actually just dropped it. All good. Tux is a man on a mission at the moment. A solo mission into the B lane.
He's not been playing badly. He's been playing pretty fine against Greyhound, even though the team has not really been putting together very many rounds.
I think we've both been pretty happy with what we've seen from Tux since his return back to CS in this Mind Freak outfit and its various iterations. At least he individually seems to have always been where you'd want it to be.
Mm. 1-3-1 here for Greyhound. Keeping an eye on extremities. Now some progression utility over on donut side. Vorlex unchecked, all on his lonesome. Gets one and some change. This puts a lot of pressure on Super though, anchoring the site. He hasn't found his way onto the board yet, but backed up now by Tux.
Flash is getting tossed in. Greyhound on their way, and they have just been decimated until Dexter arrives. Can't quite bang the second head off, and that is Mind Freak with a even more convincing looking round. 3-7. Scoreline starting to look better for Mind Freak.
Hey, whatever happened in that tuck timeout seems to have worked. Starting to put some more stuff together. Oh, Force Buy. I'm surprised about that from Greyhound. Down to Tech 9s and Khalil.
Well, they reckon they can still get it done. If they get a bomb plant down, they should be able to scrounge something together in the next round as well. Loss bonus is starting to build up. And it's going to be a huge set amount of util from Greyhound in onto that B bomb site. And the entry's not quite going the way they'd have liked them to. Tux even killed Danger to help them out. But that is actually the only kill favoring Greyhound in this round thus far. So it's on to Liaz and Alistair to save the day. And Liaz with that Tech 9, nice little swing. Gets himself one. Alistair another. That is the B site cleared out and weapons retrieved as well.
Okay, good timing for Forlex though. DPR pre-fired on that angle. Forlex through the smoke makes it a one-on-one. Knows exactly where Alistair was last position, but the Tech 9 is out again. Oh boy. No even second thought of a reload from Alistair, a reposition to take another duel with the rifle, just immediately whips out the Tech 9 and gets it done.
Yeah, he knew he had him in trouble. So he just wanted to press the advantage and it worked. Could end up being another 9-3 half here for Greyhound. That was the scoreline that they managed on Nuke. House smoke for Greyhound to start things off. There's going to be the customary util out from the CT side, but it hasn't really affected Inns all that much there, sitting in the corner. The contest into mid begins in earnest. Good swing from Tux, gets himself the kill onto Inns, and in the meanwhile, DPR doing a bit of work, so Greyhound have some salvaging to do. Alistair couldn't see a thing. Ends up giving up his life, and it looks like Mind Freak might just salvage a fourth at the end of the half. And that'll be that. Well done from Super in the end. 4 rounds for Mind Freak. Is it enough? We will find out in the second half. So it's time for the second half. Greyhound 8-4. Not quite as clean as what they were able to achieve on map 1, but still a pretty solid result. Felt like Mindfreak kind of started getting going in the back stages of that half. If we were still playing MR15, they might have had a reasonable first half, but here still doesn't quite look like they've got enough. Let's see how the pistol goes, and so far so good for Greyhound. Alistair for 2 ins, Vexite 1 apiece.
The first pistol of the series.
We'll get the bomb plant down at least. That'll give something to play with in the next next round for Mindfreak, but yeah, that was pretty nasty pistol.
Yeah. Pop flash over the top and just all of the USPs connecting on bottom side and middle. Not really much else to be said about it. We'll see what Mindfreak, as you mentioned, can put together in this round, because they did grab themselves that bomb plant. So forced into round 2. Definitely on the cards here. P90 and armor coming on out. But he sold it, and I'm honestly pretty upset about it. Would have loved to see the P90 coming out for Inzet. Mindfreak looking like maybe a quick one to Woods B here. Waiting out the initial progression util down. But look at this double push down mid into lane here. This is going to be an absolutely massive fight.
Yeah, Inz is, I think, licking his lips at the prospect of a few kills for that MP9, and he gets himself 1. Liaz, though, had 2, and there's Vexite to make sure it's locked down for Greyhound. Instantly up to double digits. Greyhound running away with things, and Mindfreak don't really have an option but to take a save in this one, so should be 11.
Anti-eco on the cards now after the force goes awry. A couple of digs invested here for Mindfreak. See if they can take some guns away from the CT side, or even give themselves an outside shot at causing an upset.
Flashes over the top, going to set Liaz up for the swing onto Tux. And it is very much the same kind of situation as what we've seen so many times before. You know, just doing it quite methodically against a weaker team in the Oceanic region.
Couple dig shots connecting. Forlex has made his way up into window. He's going to scavenge himself an A1S as well. Super clinging to the bomb, bottom mid there. Doesn't want to die in an awkward position. Knows that if he gives time for Forlex to cook, as the kids say, that there could be something delicious on the cards here, Jordan.
Let him cook.
What's he cooking? I just had a Parma. Oh, yes! That's delicious. Oh, my God. Never mind. I mean...
Hey, you got to get excited about something, right?
Yeah. Hey, I got excited about what I had to do. I had a palmy and protein pasta and broccoli.
A palmy?
Yeah.
Protein pasta. Does that taste good or no?
It does. It tastes exactly like regular pasta with slightly more protein in it. Pasta already has like a fair bit of protein in it.
Is it a bit of a weird texture or?
No, it's not, it's actually not. Like I'm not even saying it like, oh, it's the same as real meat, you know? Like it actually tastes pretty close to regular pasta.
I just want milk that tastes like real milk.
Oh my God, Vexite. Just running down lane, doing Vexite things. Another kill for 24 in the clip. Oh, HE Nate to try to blow the smoke open, which actually ends up favoring Danger, but he just gets spared by Liaz anyway. Oh dear.
Yep. It do be like that. But still, 3-on-2. This is not unsalvageable for Mindfreak, particularly if DPR can get away with something, though Dexter walks up behind him and unceremoniously executes him. Which leaves Tux solo. And he is suspecting something from Dexter, but I'm not sure he was expecting a jack in the box. And that's 12-4. Series point.
Last chance for Mindfreak to put together something here. Dare say that this will be a bit of big game experience for them, bit of a learning experience for some of the players playing against the best team in the region. And just a bit of a stepping stone on their way through. Obviously, they're still in the upper bracket. We'll have to play yet another one of the top teams as they head for this mid take. Super takes a lot of damage in the big mid contest. Vexite playing the pivot position and Dexter around the top mid smoke, causing a lot of problems here for the team side.
Vexite won't even have to worry about putting a smoke into that Molotov. It's not going to spread far enough, so he'll just finish off Tux instead. It ends up being 3-on-3 though. Super's looking for some trades in mid, but DPR gets his timing wrong, so all things considered, advantage Greyhound at this point, and Liaz looks like he might just get it done with this timing if he continued to push into mid. Thinks better of it. Has heard that drop. Almost certainly. And he's happy enough with that information. It's a patience game from Liaz. And I dare say it's going to pay off. Even in the worst case where Mindfreak walk their way into B and get a bomb plant down, he's going to be a real thorn in their side. Yeah. With the retake position from lane.
Such a fast flank. They've been through cheater or cave side. Mindfreak, I mean, the high percentage might have been to wrap CT here, but they just no longer have the time for that. Liaz walks over, clears mid, ins to take first contact here. Should get a freebie onto Danger. That leaves only Super.
25 HP as well, so that's not a whole lot to play with. Ins is going to smoke himself off. The nade might just get it done right here, and it will. Very nice toss from Ins. 13-4 for Greyhound, and they secure the dub in the upper bracket final of IEM Chengdu, which of course means that they will be going through to the grand final. Mindfreak getting knocked down into the lower bracket. Have a bit longer of a run to potentially make it back for another attempt. But overall, I mean, look, not a tough day necessarily for Greyhound. They did have to work against BNK, but once they finished things off there against Mindfreak, it seemed like we were kind of back to what we expect.
Yeah, and that's why I do enjoy these long formats, because, you know, obviously it's a bit more, a couple more, for Mindfreak's perspective, a couple more games. Obviously they already did make the top 4. That impressed me. Then they beat a top team. That impressed me. But Greyhound, a bit of a bridge too far, but at least they get more games. They can continue to learn. Greyhound, on the other hand, obviously going through to the grand final, but they can also, you know, have had more games against other teams, which if you look at the bracket here, you know, it's 2-1s across the board. Impressive win from Mindfreak. Greyhound almost dropping to Bad News Kangaroos. It was 10-3 on the third map of Inferno. I thought that they had it in the bag, but it was classic heroics and comeback from Greyhound to secure themselves a easy upper bracket finals victory against Mindfreak, which I don't think anyone's too surprised about. And if we look at the lower bracket semifinals right now, which is actually over on CSGO B, you have, it's 11-1 for Rooster right now after dropping the first map to the Kangaroos. So that rivalry continues. That's probably the biggest rivalry in Oceania right now. For anyone who's not aware, the two teams that sit directly below Greyhound, Rooster and Vertex, or now BNK, always just go at it head to head.
Yeah, I mean, that one is definitely going to go the distance. I have no doubt that that'll end up on a map 3, and obviously for both of those two teams, getting knocked out in 4th place is probably not what they would have expected. So they don't want to be dropping that lower bracket semi-final. They'll also consider that they have a pretty good chance of actually making it back to the grand final. Because again, look, by expectations, Mindfreak would be the 4th best team of this bracket. And so I think looking at that from Rooster and Bad News Kangaroos perspective, they'll think, yeah, we can actually beat them in that lower bracket final and go through to the grand final. So yeah, not a shabby run on offer potentially. But I mean, you got to give credit as well to Mindfreak, right? Good win earlier today against Rooster. you know, a couple of good rounds there against Greyhound. Obviously, we were pretty happy with what we were seeing early on Nuke, but they weren't able to really do too much in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, still some positive signs from Mindfreak. So looking forward to tomorrow's match, Spilsky, where I think we're going to be back at same time tomorrow, 4:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time, to kick things off with that lower bracket final and then jump into the grand final as well. But that'll be all from us tonight. Thank you very much for tuning in. If you're interested in seeing more of the Oceania qualifiers, jump over to ESLCS B, which is where BNK and Rooster Game is still currently underway for this evening. Otherwise, we'll bid you good night and see you tomorrow.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but